automation in the next decade.
We're on the record.
Call a meeting to order, 4 o'clock. On money.
On the call of the roll. Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Josh Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Copra absent. Member Tesfa absent. Member Moss.
Present.
Moss present. Member Kanata.
Present.
Kanata present. Member Fisher. Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. We have a quorum. There are no agenda changes that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next on the agenda.
Call next item, yeah.
Item
Oh,
number-
wait a second. Any changes to the agenda? Any adjustments? Seeing none? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Next
item.
on the agenda, item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force October 4th, 2017 meeting.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Moved by Member Moss, second by Member Kanata. Any discussion? Any public comment on the minutes?
I want to depart a little bit and tell you that Jason Grant Garza died. I thought I was a little surprised myself. I was in a Kinko's this morning, and there was a lawyer working at a station, and I heard his name, and it's a distinctive name. And I waited for him to be finished, and I asked him what's going on with Jason Grant Garza. And he said he died recently, that he had had cancer. And I said, well, he did spend a lot of time in front of the task force. Maybe his way was a little gruff. Maybe it was a little abusive. Maybe it was a little angry. Maybe he just wanted documents. And it kind of hit me a little hard, too. And the lawyer, he's going in tomorrow for some conservatorship thing. He asked me, well, why didn't the guy just get the documents? If he went to the general hospital, why didn't they just give him his medical records? And I'm like, I don't know. That's the heart of the matter. So I just wanted to let you know, he was around for a long time, probably 10 years or so.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the minutes? Okay, we'll close in his memory tonight. Okay, can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objection, minutes are approved.
Motion is adopted with members Copra and Tesfa being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 3, file number 17110, hearing Data SF report on the implementation of Sunshine Request Management System.
Maybe before you go on, just when you note people who are absent, there's also there's a third seat that is vacant.
I will note that also.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Bonaguro? Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Joy Bonaguro. I'm the Chief Data Officer of City and County of San Francisco. I'm here to present to you all a pilot that we're running with some select departments for a tool to help them improve the management and transparency of how of sunshine requests. So I'll start by talking about the motivation for the pilot, a few features of the pilot and the expected benefits, as well as next steps. So we conducted a survey to understand what were some of the challenges across city departments in managing sunshine requests, and the findings from the survey essentially highlighted an opportunity to improve management using software tools. The first one was in particular around reduction in workflow management, which are both time-intensive processes, and we found that at least of the departments that responded to the request, most were not using those workflow management tools in reduction. So a little bit more detail on both of those. So what we found, we asked departments how time-intensive each of the following activities were, and I'm going to walk you through this chart. So the response was percentage of departments finding a given activity very time-intensive or somewhat time-intensive, and so we asked about review of responsive records, redaction, internal correspondence with department staff, and then workflow management, so tracking deadlines, maintaining a request log, etc., and then lastly, correspondence with the requester. What we identified for both redaction and workflow, so 91% reported that they found this very time-intensive or somewhat time-intensive, and 61 reported the same for workflow management. In both of these cases, there's an opportunity to improve management and ideally saving time using software tools. Secondly, we also found at the same time, most of the respondents were not actually using those types of software tools for workflow management and redaction. So you can see here in the chart, the yellow are people using a tool, the percentage of departments responding that they did, and gray is folks not using what we would consider a sort of modern practice. And we asked, how do you track the status of requests, as well as what is the primary method you use to keep track of deadlines for requests? And then how do you redact digital records? So this is just an example of how this similar tool has been deployed in San Diego. And if you come to the website, you can click on either make a request or actually search requests that have been published publicly. And if you go into those to explore existing requests, if you click on through one, just to give you an example, it provides a request ID, the status of it, any documents that were disclosed, and on the right-hand side, you can see there is more or less what we would call a log that sort of says the steps in it. And it sort of automatically can do these kinds of things for publicly published requests. So the expected benefits that we're hoping to get from this pilot, of course, we'll measure the impacts of the pilot, is more transparency. So it allows the status of requests to be automatically logged. Requesters can see requesters, that is, who submit via the portal, can see the status at any time with a login. And if publicly released, anyone can see. All of this makes it also easier to track compliance, we believe. We also think on the department side, it helps with better management by providing automatic reminders, workflow support that a lot of them do not have right now, as well as redaction support with reason marking built in as a tool that they can use. So next steps is we're working to complete the pilot. Department of Technology is providing some project management support. We want to assess the results. How well did it work? Are there glitches? Is it making sense? And based on the pilot and the results of that, determine if it makes sense to continue the pilot for departments that plan on that are part of the pilot, and does it make sense to offer it to additional departments. We're anticipating that departments might need different tools or special tools depending on their needs, and so we wouldn't want to assume that they would all need that or find it useful. So that's the summary of the pilot, and I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Members?
Yeah, I have a question.
Member Fisher.
Microphone.
And maybe it was in there, but on bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, you said for continue pilot for current departments. Did you say which departments it was?
No, I haven't said it. We're actually finalizing the list. It's going to be a staggered rollout, so we don't have the final list of departments, and we'll be making that decision in the next week or two.
Is it random, or are you choosing it based on the ones that have the higher propensity to, filed against? Or
it wasn't random. It it was based on us soliciting from departments who was ready and interested in trying a pilot and a tool, which required them to essentially commit to making some business process changes as well as going through the process. So not all departments were ready to try it. Some departments had their own tools already and felt pretty good about it. And then, so it was more, it was a conscious pilot to solicit interest with departments that were willing to, try this out. Does this help?
My concern is sort of a causation, correlation, self-selection situation, where maybe the ones that aren't self-selecting might be the ones for whom it would benefit the most.
I think that's a great point. I think what we'll learn from the pilot is where we think this tool would be, what departments would benefit from it versus other ones that might, maybe it's not the right solution for them. So I'm not familiar with, that side of it in terms of, who would not. We pitched it to the departments based on, here's what we expect to be the benefits, and we asked them to self-identify based on that.
Last question.
Sure.
And maybe I missed it. Was there a timeline?
Sure. So we're rolling out, we started this project around early summer, and we started internal testing in September. October was internal deployment, and in November we're doing a soft launch where it'll be publicly available. And then we'll
Soon.
go forward. Yes, very soon. Very soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Thanks a lot.
Sorry, I should have added a timeline.
Okay,
That's
Member
okay.
Moss
Thank you,
and
Joy.
Member Wolf.
I think Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, then Member Moss.
Hey, sorry. So it looks like you're using Next Request as the software partner on this. Is that both for the workflow management and the redaction, or just one part of the solution?
It's for both.
Great. And were there any other competitive software programs that do the same thing that you looked at before identifying this one?
So we participated in reviews that what was it? MTA was looking at. We also considered using Adobe for redaction, which is an additional license that you could pay for in the city. We bid through the marketplace, the tech marketplace.
Okay. And then the way that my understanding Next Request works is it functions through the portal that you showed on the screen. But the way that our Sunshine Law is written, not all requests will go through the portal. Anyone can make a request through any number of channels. Does the Next Request system allow for requests to be somehow migrated into the Next Request system so that departments have all of their requests in a unified place?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. We're not trying to, if people don't want to use the portal, they don't have to in terms of submitting requests, but departments can either use an email bridge or input it themselves. That's what they've been doing right now during the internal deployment.
Is using an email bridge or manually inputting it into the Next system? Is that what you're saying?
I would have to check on the exact details.
Okay, sure. I'm just sort of curious about how seamlessly it integrates requests that come outside of the portal to actually be integrated into the portal. Because if we have a system that's utilized by the departments for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% of the requests, but there's still this other segment that's not able to be monitored in the same way, I'm concerned that that other 30% could end up getting overlooked. And so I just want to make sure that doesn't happen. And then my last question is, there's no public pricing on how much Next Request is as a service. What is the sort of impact if we were to, as a city, adopt a solution across citywide or department by department?
Sure. We it's a software as a service, and we requested. We have the quote data. It's under $50,000
Per year?
Yeah,
Great. Thank you.
For the whole platform,
that's right.
no matter how many users?
It's based on the size of the city, is my understanding. A lot of SaaS providers don't put out public pricing because it creates, my understanding is they can get undercut and things like that, right?
It messes up their RFP process. Member Moss.
Yeah. So what is the difference between Next Request and GovQA, which a lot of agencies in San Francisco are already using?
Yeah, so there's several agencies. I think for us, the biggest difference is it required quite a bit of configuration based on the demos that we received through the MTA process. Secondly, the pricing levels, we had a pretty small budget to run this pilot, and I think they're at least 40-something grand for one department alone and much higher for another department.
So what would happen under this is we would have GovQA and Next Request running in San Francisco, or would the GovQA be supplanted by Next Request?
Again, going back to the next steps, that we anticipate some departments will need different configuration tools. We hope, based on the pilot, to say recommendations like, if you have simpler things or you want this, maybe this is a good solution for you. If you need something more customized, maybe you need to go the more configurable GovQA route or whatever the other competitors are.
So just something I want to put on your radar. So I've used San Diego's system quite a lot, and one of the problems that I've encountered is that it doesn't integrate well with some of the public record services out there. So Muckrock, eFOIA, FOIA Machine, and what it'll end up doing is exposing the account information online through the automated process. So I would flag that to take a look at whether that can be adjusted to work better with those systems.
Great.
And then the other question is that what kind of logging is the system doing? I think we have an agenda item coming up in later in the session in which a log of every time a member of the public viewed a particular document was generated. And I was wondering if that kind of browsing history is being recorded by Next Request.
I don't know. I can look into that.
Thank you.
We certainly know if it's been downloaded, right?
Any other questions, members? Okay, so I have a few questions. Can you tell us what workflow tools and redaction tools had been currently in place?
I think that depends on the individual department. Sort of going back to the survey results, people were more or less using sort of, well, you can see it right here. So if you, here, let me.
Oh, okay.
So a mixture of folders, Word, Excel, emails, calendar reminders, sort of, hodging together their existing tools at their disposal.
Okay, great. And considering that this is a software as a service, where's the data being stored?
It's in it's hosted in the Amazon cloud.
And does the city own space in the Amazon cloud?
Well, the way it works with the hosted provider, we have the contract with them, and then they have that relationship with Amazon. For any SaaS provider works like that.
And will there be backups and redundancy?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so the city will have a copy of everything that goes up there? Because Amazon has a habit every now and then, like all of New England will go down. It's.
Yeah, and so I will say I like to always compare this, and I can follow into details around that, but compared to what? So right now, what happens when someone sends a request, they just email it to someone, and it's not persistent anywhere, right? It's just in that person's email. So this is actually at least more redundant than that, right?
I get that point, but I'm more concerned about that the data cannot be commandeered by a third party. I mean, you're giving it up to Amazon. That's not in the city's ownership. That's a third party. And we have our own data center with, as far as I know, plenty of disk drive space.
Well,
so why not have this being stored and managed by our own DT, our own Department of Technology?
So I think, there's a couple things to think about. So one is, once something's released as a public record, it's a public record. And so the issue of the city managing it going forward is less of a concern, I would argue. I think the other issue with what we're buying, part of why you buy SaaS is to have a complete solution, so you're not dealing with data center and file management and things like that. It's literally the entire proposition for you would migrate to SaaS software.
Yeah, but you can own the SaaS. You can have the whole software package. You just manage it yourself.
So it depends how you think of SaaS. I would argue that the city, we're not SaaS is like a consumable subscription service. So the city, we would have to build our own thing, and
But we do
you'd
that
have
with,
to.
we do that with Office 365 and SharePoint already.
What do you mean we?
All that is contained within city's own hardware. It's not like a third party outside of the city's confines.
My understanding is O365 is hosted offsite.
Okay, that's
It's- I mean,
little
it's-
different than what Coit had explained when they took it on, but that's neither here nor there. I wanted to also, I think what's important upon bringing this to us and presenting it to us is we have our own experience, okay, with departments or agencies that are having difficulties. And I think that it would be prudent if you would include some of those bodies or those agencies in your pilot, and get these people to start working with it, because what ends up happening is, because they don't necessarily have a system like this, we end up with a lot of excess complaints because they don't have a good tracking system. So you have to include us in this as part of this entire environment. We are not adjunct to it. We are inclusive of it. And we do training. We have a whole education outreach training committee. We work and discuss compliance. And how the ordinance must be implemented, which means it could change the way a department has their own idea about the way it is. So, and I think some of that would be an important elements to be part of your process.
No, that's actually wonderful to hear, because I think that's part of why I wanted to come here today and brief you all on this, because it certainly seemed important for you to not be only aware of it, but advise on it.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to public comment now. You may hear some of those suggestions, and if not, then maybe we'll chime in afterwards. Thank you. Public comment.
I'm someone who's had personal experience with Next Request. I made a simple and routine public document request to Sharon Page Ritchie of the Arts Commission on October 25. And what I received out of nowhere came 103 of the same email from something called Next Request. My phone was just constantly going off all day, and by the time I had time to read through all this, the request had closed less than 3 hours later on its own. So I didn't get any documents. I looked on the Next Request website, and it lists 433 Bryant Street in San Francisco, 94107 as their address, and that's near where I am. So I went to that address, and it's a private house with weeks of mail piled up between a gate and a door. There was no buzzer system. It looked like no one had been in and out of there in a long period of time. There were no signs on the door, and there was no name on the house. So on the Next Request website, it lists the phone number 833-698-7778 as their phone number. I called several times over several days. No one ever picked up the phone. I left my phone number and nobody called back. So if this is the new platform that Kate Patterson of the Arts Commission made a big deal about the last time she was in here, we're going to participate in this new thing and things are going to be great with us, that's not true at all. I actually after I trudged through these mountains of emails, I found one from her introducing me to this next request thing. And in one of these presentations, it showed a record of requests that have been made as a demo. My request did not appear on that demo. And then for some reason, on an old email, I got bombarded with the same emails. So, and then if you look on the next request webpage, at the bottom in very small print, there's a disclaimer there saying that they're not responsible for sunshine violations. You need to get with the city agency on that. So for me, it was a surprise. What is this thing? What's going on? I thought I made a pretty due diligent effort to try and find out what it was, and it doesn't appear to me that there is any presence in San Francisco at all. So here's my public comment.
Great.
And I did file a complaint, which I guess will be pending in front of the task force.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Shaw. I've had some experience with a variety of city departments and their so-called portals in placing records requests. I frequently get out of Department of Public Health voluminous responses in some other software package that I'm forgetting the name of at the moment. But I absolutely refuse to use portals to place records requests. I tend to submit them to a department head so that they are on the paper trail in case I wind up here. And I, as a retired former city employee, I would worry about the workload on city staff who would have to rekey records requests that are not submitted through a portal, and the potential for inaccurate information being added to my Sunshine records requests. So I would encourage you to find some other solution than a portal-based approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm thankful that the previous speakers have raised serious questions, at least, if not serious problems, some of which I would certainly underscore as supporting some issues that I've got. First of all, I unfortunately wasn't able to come at the very beginning of the presentation. I don't understand, first of all, why this is an action item, what the action is that you have on the agenda to be taken. I don't understand whether this is a city system that you have an option to choose, if you're going to buy yourself or you're going to lease it, you're going to pay for it. I have no clue what the relationship of this system is to Sunshine Ordinance or the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. This looks to me like a so-called solution, and I don't like the word solution. People use the word solution. It's like forcing you to say smartphone. People are smart, phones are tools. It's a product. It's a sales pitch. It's a thing that supposedly solves problems. What problem? What problem do you have? What problem have you specifically requested this for? What's the background here? Have you requested this? Are you having particular problems with certain presumably administrative functions? Why isn't there some discussion about what kind of problems you're having, and then look and see what you can smooth out about the operation of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, rather than having what appears to be somebody come with a sales pitch? I would appreciate also color for the public. You've got color on this slide. There's no color on the web, and there's no color in this thing. What is the problem that this is supposed to improve, and how is it going to do that? What is the cost? Some of these questions I think you've already asked. What is the cost, particularly in the learning curve, as it's known? Are people going to have a problem wrangling this thing, figuring it out? I was just at a museum where they had a wonderful, helpful concept of providing you a database, and then nobody could figure out how to make it work after the first step. Are we going to get excuses about why we can't get something because the system isn't working and it's somebody else's system and you're not responsible and so on and so forth? That is a huge hassle potentially for yourselves as well as the end user. Who's using this stuff now? For how long have they used it? What is the experience that they've had? Who was surveyed here? Who is this that's being surveyed? So those are some major questions that I have. What action is this headed for here? What problem is this solving? And all the other questions that I've raised, which I think you should certainly ask as well. Thank you.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I want to, kind of echo what the prior speakers all said. I think they all had good points, and the board has raised several. Member Fisher raised the issue of adverse selection, and when I was a lecturer for the University of Hawaii for 14 years, and I taught business classes, and I always tell people you don't have to be doing badly to do better. In other words, there are a lot of city agencies that don't have any problem with record requests. They routinely handle them, and they handle them appropriately, and you never see them before the task force, whereas others are here persistently because they just can't seem to get their act together. So this kind of a program would be beneficial in a number of ways that I can see. Number one, it would get uniformity to the responses rather than having every department set up their own way of dealing with sunshine or public records requests. There would be more consistencies to the issue. Plus, we would also get peripheral data, which would be interesting. One of the things I hear repeatedly, especially before the Ethics Commission, is bodies complaining about how many requests for public records they get and how it's just overwhelming and it's underdoing the staff. And in one of the Ethics Commission meeting, one of the commissioners said, well, how many do you get on average? And she said 3 a week. And it was kind of like, okay, so that's just overwhelming. Okay. And again, another statistic that would show up would how many of these requests result in a good response in accordance with the law. And you could see certain departments are consistently able and willing to do what the law requires. And then you will see other departments and agencies that are consistently having problems replying late or incompletely or whatever. And that would be information that would come in to, if available to the task force, to support the complainant. In other words, if the complainant comes in and says, I made this request and it was late or whatever, there would be something in this system to actually give you some data to show exactly where things came in. It wouldn't be a he said, she said thing where the complainant's saying one thing and the respondent is making other claims. But there are a lot of questions, and I hope that this process will continue. And the main question that Louise Fisher brought up was the simple fact of the adverse selection. I know of certain agencies, and I think you do too, that will not participate in this willingly. They will avoid it like the plague because it would be counterproductive to their efforts to withhold public records that they don't want to give.
Any other public comment? Okay. And members, any last thoughts on this?
Yeah, I have some more questions.
Member Moss, and not too much longer.
I have the Chief Data
Officer. I want to get it rolling here.
So just a couple of other questions. To what extent will we be able to, as a committee body, to be able to get an easy export of the entire log of chain of events that happened in processing a request?
I don't know. I can look into that.
Something I'd be interested in. I'd also be interested whether there's functionality or potential for functionality for when a immediate disclosure request passes its deadline for the user to click a button or do some sort of appeal system that allows it to generate over to the Sunshine Task Force's system for processing a complaint. I think these are more questions for another day.
So some last thoughts for me is I think it's beneficial for a person to see where their request is in process. I think that I would say maybe I'm being conservative, 80% of our cases have at least one violation of timeliness. And I think something like this, where it becomes publicly available, where anyone can see where any request is in a workflow, might bring a little more pertinence to the issue.
Though I will say that's available to the requester while it's in progress.
It's not available to the general public?
I don't think so. Not until it's released, if they make it publicly available. They have the option of, you always release to what's called the requester. You can also make a request publicly available, but that may not always happen.
The process is public, one way or another.
So sure, they could make that available if asked.
Can it be made so that there's no switch to make it private? I mean, somebody should be able, just like looking up a permit, or right now there's all kinds of data around all projects, city projects, all public. There's not, the only thing that isn't public is when it's work product. And a request, the process of a request is not work product. It's already public information.
Yeah, I just think it's tied to how the request is released, so it might be sort of an integrated feature. I don't know the exact answer.
Okay, I got you. Member Wolf?
Just adding on to that, I mean, I think that the way that should function is sort of like the way the default of Venmo shares the log of every transaction that happens. Like, and it shouldn't be a dialogue option because they're all public records. You should be able, whether you're the requester or a random public person, to just see all of the requests that have been complied with, because each of those requests is a public document, and you can, and I have requested like the past public records request for a department, and that in and of itself is a public document. The last point, and this is definitely not really within our purview, but I was listening to the public comment about the actual building that the company is housed inside of 433 Bryant Street. And it does make me a little concerned that the city of San Francisco is doing business with a company that's located in a building that has been had a complaint filed for illegally converting a dwelling unit into a business. Now, I do see that complaint's been resolved. I can't figure out whether there was merit or not within the complaint, but I just want to bring that to the attention in light of the public comment.
And my last request is, well, first of all, I want to ask our administrator, would a system like this benefit us? Would this bring some resolution to what we've been, in the IT committee, have been talking about in relation to indexing or storing our ODs? And two, would this help in the process of where a hearing, the process of where things are in a hearing, so that way the parties can also know where it is? What do you think?
I don't think this is geared towards status of complaints at this time, and I just don't have enough experience with this system.
So let's schedule an IT ad hoc committee meeting. We'll have some discussion on that. I'm glad you showed up here to present this, because no one else has for any of the other platforms that I know are happening all over for all kinds of databases within the city. So we're desperately looking for a particular type of system. So if there's going to be some opportunity. If something like this works, it may work for us. We'd like an opportunity to try it out.
Okay, absolutely.
Even on a demo kind of basis, just so we can check it out, see if it fits.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else go to the cause? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate your
everyone.
time. Okay.
Would you like to file this or continue it to the call of the chair?
Let's continue it to the call of chair.
Can we take that?
Can we take that by acclamation? Okay. Great. Okay. Let's call the first item. Get this ball on the road.
Next on the agenda, item 4, file number 17078, complaint filed by Patrick Manette Shaw against Jay Hughes, Norm Nickens, and the Board of Trustees, San Francisco Employee Retirement System, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7A, 67.14B, 67.15, and 67.34 by willfully failing to post an agenda listing proposed actions or a statement that the item is for discussion only, failing to provide complete audio recording of the meeting, and failing to provide an opportunity for public comment.
This was ours.
Okay.
Before you
Hold on. Before you start, we want to get the
It came from
committee came from
EOTC.
EOTC. So we're going to get a short summary from EOTC first, and then we'll begin the process.
Sure. So this case had some simple components to it, some not so simple components to it, and some parts that we still are hoping to get clarity in the future. There was a meeting held by the SFERS Board of Directors and Trustees. Prior to the meeting itself, there was an agenda that went around through some limited circles, and then that agenda was changed prior to actually being posted. So we weren't entirely sure at what point that document became the agenda and how to deal with that, but we did find some other violations that we have recommended in addition to that one we weren't sure about. The audio recording, there was a breakdown of audio recording that we found a recommendation for a violation for. However, it is my understanding that Mr. Manette Shaw wants us to dig deeper into the basis of that breakdown, not just acknowledge the violation. There's also a lack of public comment listed on the agenda, although if I remember correctly, there was a public comment period. It was just not notated in the agenda, so we found recommended a violation of 67.15 for that. And finally, the issue of willful misconduct was not really dug into our meeting, but is something that it is my understanding the complainant is looking to make a case for.
Okay, thank you.
And before I start, could I ask the administrator to call 1 minute at the 4-minute point?
Okay.
I'll let you know when 4 minutes has elapsed.
Okay, so should I start?
Whenever you're
Okay,
ready.
so I appreciate the summary by the EOT chair. On page 38 of the full file for today is my second supplementary information memo, in which I note that there were several irregularities in Mr. Nickens' testimony on October 17th. As to the first cause of action on the incomplete audio, let me add that the first MP3 file was date time stamped on the 22nd. The afternoon session MP3 file was date stamped 2 days later, and I made an error in my second supplementary to you. It was time stamped 50 minutes after I had made the records request. EOT members didn't ask why the second file was dated 2 days after the meeting was held. It should have been dated on the same date of May 22nd as the morning session MP3 file. EOT members didn't ask questions about why Jay Huish and Norm Nickens never responded to my July 4th and July 6th follow-up records requests asking whether there was additional audio tapes available. They simply didn't respond. On page 61 in your packet today, Mr. Nickens asserted in his July 17th response to my complaint that the afternoon session had been fully recorded. That's impossible. The afternoon session file was only 54 minutes long, and whether that afternoon session was 2 hours or 3 hours, it could not have been recorded in 54 minutes. On the public comment period, the EOT committee did not consider that public comment was taken on each of the 7 sets of recommendations that the retirement board heard at its second special meeting on July 11th, but it had not done so on each of the 32 recommendations made and presented on May 22nd. As to the second and fourth causes of action in my initial complaint, the EOT committee did not ask on my August 13th first supplemental, page 50 in your packet, that there had been 3 different versions of the agenda. Version 1 on page 50 indicated the meeting would involve an action item, and board members may have entered that May 22nd meeting thinking that it was an action item itself. Version 2, also on page 50, showed that it was a discussion item. At 11 minutes, 15 seconds into the EOT hearing, Nickens claimed the board had been U.S. mailed a first agenda as being an action item, and shortly after that on EOT audio, that a second agenda had been distributed as a discussion item. Was that another of Mr. Nickens' lies? And did the board actually only receive one agenda and not a second one, as Nickens claimed? On page 50, on page 49 of today's packet, you'll see on this slide that when Mr. Macris wrote to the board on to Mr. Huish and Mr. Nickens on July 13th, Commissioner Macris did not mention that he had received the second version of the agenda that Nickens claimed to EOT had been sent to the board. At EOT, 16 minutes, 39 seconds into the audio, Nickens indicated that on May 17th, the trustees were informed there would be a second retreat, but there's nothing on that May 17th audio or in the published meeting minutes that the May 22nd meeting had even been mentioned on May 17th.
Please wrap it up.
At any rate, there's other information in that second supplementary where that May 22nd meeting actually did take action on some agenda, on some of the recommendations they had been presented. As for the willful violation, I'll address that in this 3-minute rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses writing any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, respondent.
Good afternoon. I'm Norm Nickens, Board Secretary for the Retirement System. I'm sorry, my voice is going. This is my second meeting in a row. I'll I'll be relatively brief because this was covered in committee as well. Retirement Board normally meets once per month. In May of this year, we had 3 full board meetings in a 5-day period. We had a full board meeting on Wednesday, May 17th. We had a full offsite retreat, which is a full board meeting on May 22nd. And we had an investment committee meeting, which is a full board meeting on May 23rd. So we had the equivalent of 3 full board meetings in 5 days. In the process leading up to that, preparation for that, we prepared the materials for the May 17th board meeting that were mailed out the Friday before. At the same time, we were working on the agendas for the other 2 meetings. We included a copy of the agenda at that point for the proposed retreat. We acknowledged that the agenda that was distributed to the 7 board members, and the 7 board members only, did say it was going to be an action meeting. We did not post that agenda on our website. We did not distribute that agenda to anyone else. By the time this went out by messenger, it was approximately 5 p.m. on Friday. Monday morning, when we came in, dust settled. We looked at the agenda, realized we were biting off more than we could take on, and we changed the agenda for discussion only. Process being, the Retirement Board goes through a process through their governance committee where they hire an outside external evaluator to come in to evaluate the board's performance, the board's policies. That included reviewing documents, sitting in on meetings, interviewing staff, interviewing board members. They came back with their findings. The findings were presented to the board at the offsite retreat on May 22nd for discussion. You have a copy of the findings from the outside consultant. They spent the day discussing the findings. They scheduled a second meeting, or a second meeting was scheduled for July, where they came back and they adopted those findings from the meeting. The process is still going on. The findings, for example, the first finding, I believe, was something to the effect of the Retirement Board. Sorry, one second. The Retirement Board should reinforce its fiduciary duty and fiduciary behavior through education. Pretty broad recommendation. That recommendation now goes back to the Governance Committee of the board, which is meeting tomorrow. They will be adopting formal language, changing the board's governance policies to include a formal education session on fiduciary training. That item is agendized for discussion tomorrow at the committee meeting. Assuming the committee is okay with the recommendation, that will then go to the full board for their discussion and approval at the December board meeting. So for every item that you see there in that consultant report, there'll be 4 opportunities to discuss the item. Initially at the retreat, where no members of the public were present. However, we did receive public comment, written public comment from Mr. Monet Shaw that was received prior to the meeting and was distributed to the board members prior to the meeting. First issue. Second issue on the audio files. Normally our process is to have our board meetings conducted in our boardroom, similar to room like this. The meetings are recorded and audio taped by SF Gov TV and available on the city's website. We do not broadcast live, but the video on demand is available. We can't broadcast live because we conflict with the police commission. We acknowledge that we had a new piece of equipment that we were using for the first time that we bought specifically for the offsite meeting because we were meeting in a room that didn't have recording equipment, and we made a good faith effort to record the meeting but did not successfully record the entire meeting. We acknowledge that. Third item is no public comment listed on the agenda. The May 22nd retreat was designed to be an informal discussion meeting. We held it at the office of one of our governance consultants so that all the board members could sit around a table and have a more interactive meeting than you would have in this type of setting. We acknowledge we did not put on that agenda public comment. However, we had one member of the president who did show up at the beginning of the, go back, at the May 22nd meeting. No one showed up. No public comment was taken other than the public comment that was received in writing in advance. At the July meeting, we did have one member of the public who showed up. She was invited to present public testimony. She declined the opportunity to present public testimony, and we closed public comment. On the In the 2 seconds remaining on willful misconduct, it's intentional crime or intentional act. There was no intentional act here other than to get the materials out to the public and to the board. We made a good faith effort to record the meeting. As we record all of our meetings, we were unsuccessful in this case using a new piece of equipment for the first time. We used the same equipment at the second meeting and did successfully record the meeting. Last, on willful misconduct, again, that is intentional, and I dispute whether there was any intent to mislead or defraud the public. I think my time is up.
Thank you. We may call you back for questions. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Members?
Oh, were you?
Yeah, any
open
questions
time?
or clarification?
Oh.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Oh.
I actually just had a question for Member Wolf, part of the EOTC. I mean, having reviewed this case and heard the testimony now, like you said, there's some pieces that are complicated and some are simple. I think the simple violations are pretty much in our packet. Having heard it twice now, is there anything else that jumps out at you, or maybe dive into the more complicated pieces?
I mean, I think the outstanding element that is unclear to me about the violation is the fact that there was an initial agenda that went out that had one language on it. It was not distributed to the public, but the public obtained access to it, presumably through members or someone that had received a copy. The agenda was then changed and posted online. The initial agenda wasn't identified as a draft agenda, so there is this element of sort of it's a space that I hadn't dealt with before and was seeking the counsel of the rest of the task force to advise whether there was a violation.
And Josh,
Fisher.
wasn't there also, didn't we have a question for our city attorney regarding when is an agenda and when do you have to follow it? Is there sort of a, kind of like when is a baby born? Is it?
I mean, I think that the question relies, and we could pose it to our city attorney representative, but at the point that a document, which is an agenda, is distributed to the members, does that qualify as an agenda, or is that just a draft document until it's posted publicly?
DC call.
Well, you've got your agenda posting requirements 72 hours before the meeting. I think it's most logical to say that the purpose of having that agenda requirement is to put the public on notice of issues they may want to speak on or issues they may want to attend a meeting for. I think for our purposes, it's most effective to say, the meeting agenda that is publicly posted, that's intended to inform the public of agenda items that may be of their interest, is the agenda we should be considering, not one that may have leaked to the public prior to that 72 hours. It was a draft that was only distributed to members of the meeting body.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. Mr. Nickens. Okay, so there's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts here. So I want to just focus on the agenda part for the moment. So for the first meeting, the May 17th meeting.
Which would have been a full board meeting, correct?
That was full board meeting. When was that agenda posted?
Friday.
The Friday before?
Correct.
And was it distributed to the public?
Yes. The agenda was, the entire board packet was delivered to board members by messenger.
Right.
That normally occurs between 3:30 and 5 the Friday preceding the meeting.
Right.
The agenda was posted same time between 3:30 and 5 on that Friday.
Posted where?
On our website.
Okay.
And the copies went to the public library as well.
Okay.
So
And-
that's the normal process.
And do you have people members of the public who regularly?
Oh, yes, we have encouraged people to use the electronic versions that we post on the website. However, a number of our retirees have identified that they don't have computers, don't have computer literacy. So if people request a physical copy, hard copy of the agenda or the materials, we do mail them out.
Okay. And
Actually, if I can add to that just one more piece.
Sure.
The issue of the posting of the agenda for the retreat.
All right, I'll get to the retreat
Okay.
in a minute.
No worries.
When you post your agendas, do you post them in a location that's publicly available?
Landing page of the website.
That's not necessarily freely accessible to members of the public.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. In terms of where do we post it, we post it
Do you not
on our
physically
website.
Physically post it?
Oh, yes, at the site of the meeting as well.
No, not the website. Other than the website, physically post it at the location of the meeting where the meeting's being held.
Okay, in terms of where the agenda goes, we distribute the agenda to the board.
Right.
We post the agenda and materials on our website. The agenda that's posted to the website is interactive, meaning if you click on a document, you will get the document, the PDF of the document. We mail out copies of the agenda to those individuals who have requested to receive copies.
Where do you usually hold your meetings?
We have our own boardroom, 1145 Market Street.
And do you post an agenda on the outside of that location?
We do. There's a bulletin board immediately outside the boardroom where the agenda is posted.
And is that freely accessible at any time for members of the public?
It is open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Okay. All right. My next question is the 22nd. That was May 22nd?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was a retreat, supposed to be a retreat, but
Correct.
turned out to be a full board meeting anyway?
If you have 7 board members in the room, whatever you call it, it's a board meeting.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, a retreat may not have any action items. It may not have any information or discussion that pertains to the business of the body. It could be just how to do Robert's rules or how does the legislative process works or something like that. It could be for
And I think that's-
other reasons.
That's part of the confusion here, because we saw this as being a relatively informal meeting for the board to receive results of the evaluation and to have discussion.
Did they take action at that meeting?
They did not take action at this
So
meeting.
it was all discussion?
Correct.
Okay. And so this meeting did get held?
Correct.
Okay. And there was no public attendance?
At the first meeting, there was no public attendance.
So that was the 22nd?
Correct.
Okay. And
I can tell you the people present in the room.
no, I'm not asking. It's fine. So when the agenda was created for this, walk us through again the kind of the step-by-step on how it got distributed.
Sure. The meeting would have been scheduled for the 22nd. Posting requirement was 72 hours in advance of that. We were already working on the materials for the meeting of the 17th. Those materials were going out on Friday. Frankly, we rushed to try to include the materials for the 22nd along with materials for the 17th that were going out on that Friday. So we distributed the agenda for the meeting of the 17th, the meeting of the 22nd, as well as the consultant report to the 7 board members that Friday. It did not go out to anyone else. It was not posted on the website. It was not distributed to the public. As I mentioned to the committee, had we posted it on the website, had we publicly distributed it, when we revised the agenda Monday morning to change it from possible action to discussion only, we would have reposted it as a designated revised agenda.
Okay.
However, it hadn't been posted yet.
Okay, you're getting a little bit ahead of me. So just on the posting and the distribution of the agenda for the meeting, for the retreat on the 22nd.
Correct.
Okay? So that only went out to the members of the body, correct?
The agenda that was distributed Friday afternoon went to the 7 board members, full stop.
Okay. And the revisions to the agenda
Were
not?
the following Monday morning.
So it was on the 22nd?
No, the
23rd?
no, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but the Friday that they went out would have been
The
roughly
19th.
the 10th,
19th.
19th. No, but this is before the 17th. We're talking the Friday before the 17th.
12th.
Correct. That's when the materials were distributed
For the 22nd?
to the board for the
For the
22nd.
22nd?
Correct.
Okay, but you didn't post it as per the Sunshine Ordinance
Correct.
requirements?
Until the Monday before, until the Monday following the 12th, which would have been the 15th.
So the 15th. So you
Correct.
posted it for the 22nd, for the retreat for the 22nd. They did get posted on the 15th?
One full week in advance.
One full week. Okay, so they did get posted.
Correct.
Okay. And you had some amendments or revisions to the agenda?
The only revision was the very last line where it said, for possible action, I believe you have copies.
Right.
Instead, we put it out saying, for discussion only. That was the
Okay.
change.
And was that also redistributed?
It was posted on the website. It was distributed to our regular parties, or injured parties. I know we had discussion with board members about setting a possible date for a second meeting. And when the board members came to the meeting on the 22nd, they had hard copies in front of them that said discussion only.
Okay. And what was there any meeting on the 23rd? The following day?
23rd would have been the
Tuesday.
The investment committee meeting. The investment committee of the board is a committee of the whole, so it's all 7 board members.
But it's a committee.
It's called a committee, but it's all 7 board members.
Okay, great. And
We've been advised by the city attorney's office to treat it as a full board meeting.
yeah, I get you. Was that agenda posted?
That was posted.
Okay. And the governance committee for tomorrow, that's coming up for tomorrow, was that also posted?
That agenda was posted.
Okay, great. Okay. That's all the questions I have for right now. Member Kanata?
No,
Oh, no? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other questions for the parties? Should we move to rebuttals? Okay. Mr. Nickens, you go up first for rebuttals, if you have any rebuttals. Okay. Mr. Manette Shaw, 3 minutes.
Okay, so let me address first willful. On page 43 in your packet, I discussed several things. One, failure to fully record the entire meeting is willful failure of an express duty. 2, neither Huish or Nickens replied to my July 4th or July 6th follow-up about additional audio. 3, the 2 published agendas. 4, the failure to document in May 22nd minutes or audio tape. There had been a discussion about separating the retirement board from city government, as shown here on a memo from Trustee Macris dated July 13th. During the May 22nd meeting, they may have discussed this ballot measure Macris referred to, which was not published on either version of the discussion or action item agenda. They may have taken additional actions on May 22nd because in actuality, they did take an action on May 22nd to reject recommendation 1H. Mr. Nickens' testimony to EOT on the 17th and his written response to my complaint both appear to have included false statements to the task force. Let me address and rebut some of what Mr. Nickens just told you. He claimed to the EOT committee on the 17th that they had used that new digital recorder the Friday before. They had used it at a meeting before the May 22nd retreat. You'll note that the Sunshine Ordinance does not require a quote-unquote good faith effort to record the meeting. It says the meeting must be fully recorded. He claims agendas are typically posted between 3:30 and 5, 72 hours before. That's not true. They never appear on a Friday before 4:30. I requested several years ago to be put on a mailing list for the agendas, and I typically receive them either the day of a meeting or the day after a meeting, but they are not delivered 72 hours in advance of a given meeting. I noted in Nickens' response that he glaringly did not mention that they post their agendas at the public library, which I believe is a requirement. Again, they did take action on the 22nd, contrary to what he just told you in his opening 5-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members?
Through the chair. I think
Vice
I
Chair Hyland.
did hear the respondent say they did post the public library. Just, I believe I heard him say that.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I think I heard him too.
Yeah. Yeah, he did testify that the agenda was posted at the library. Any further questions on this? I have a couple of more clarifying questions. Mr. Nickens, a couple of clarifying questions. So you stated that the agenda for May 22nd was revised so that it would be discussion only?
Correct.
Was any action taken at that meeting?
No.
Why is the petitioner claiming that action was taken?
Not a clue.
Okay, stand aside for a second. Mr. Manesh Shah, don't leave. What evidence was there that
the evidence
action was
is
taken?
in, if you can give me just a second to find this. The evidence has been sent to you on that audio tape of the morning session. Commissioner Malia Cohen, in her role as a trustee, an ex officio from the Board of Suits to the Retirement Board, showed that recommendation 1H had been rejected, and Trustee Cohen said on audio of the morning session, quote, "We can direct staff to implement this new change," the new change being essentially no change to the existing public comment period, before the Funston recommendation 1H recommended restricting public comment only at the start of the meeting or at the end of the meeting, but not taking public comment on each separate agenda item. And to this day, the Retirement Board continues its old policy, the one that was rejected at 1H. It's on audio. And if you need that...
Is there a written excerpt?
No, it's on audio, and unfortunately I did not put in this first supplementary information memo I submitted to you on August 13th. I did not include the hour, minute, second that Supervisor Cohen stated this on tape. But I know what I heard on that tape, and I would not have it in your meeting packet for today. In the meeting packet for the EOT committee, I would not have included her, I would not have included quote marks around her stated comment unless I had heard that on that audio tape.
Okay. All right, so I'm hearing two different. I'm hearing two different things. I want to just start with. I just want to talk about the action item, that first. Okay, so you're claiming that an action was actually taken. Was there a vote?
No, there wasn't, because the moderator, Rick Funston, who was presenting those 32 separate recommendations, had indicated at the partway into the morning session that he was conducting the meeting using his principle known as management by objection, and that if no objections were raised to particular recommendations being discussed, Funston would assume that the retirement board would agree, implying an action to accept the recommendation in lieu of any motions. So there was no actual motion made to reject 1H, but by acclamation, they pretty much agreed right before they went on break that it went on break in the morning session that they were going to reject recommendation 1H because she had objected, and under management by objection, that recommendation was actually rejected.
Okay, and on the public comment part, where was public comment not taken? Was that on the 17th meeting or the 22nd meeting?
No, actually, let's forget the May 17th meeting. That was the meeting that Nickens claimed the board had been advised on May 17th that there would be a second meeting in July. So the two special retreats, one was May 22nd with the missing audio, and the second one was July 11th, which I did attend, and I put in my supplementary information submissions to this body that I reminded the chair of the retirement board, Trustee Stansberry, before the July 11th meeting started, that he was required to take public comment on each of 7 separate groups where they had grouped the 32 items into 7 subsets, that in conducting his meeting on the 11th, he had to take public comment on each set of those 7 recommendations.
Were there separate?
Which he did.
Were there separate actions, separate votes for each one of those 7 subsets?
No. Just if there were 5 items in one subset, they took one public comment before they voted. Or
no, the subsets where was there action taken on each subset?
There was public comment taken on each subset because I reminded Stansberry that he had to take public comment on each of the 7 subsets.
Okay, but there was ultimately one vote for all 7 subsets.
I frankly don't recall that detail.
Okay.
But they did take public comment on July 11th on each of those 7 subsets because the meeting had been billed as an action item. And I'm pretty sure when the trustees walked into that meeting, they were under the impression it was going to be an action item because the audio of May 22nd, the opening comments from Chair Stansberry was that they would be taking actions on the 32 separate recommendations. Therefore, they should have taken public comment on each of those 32 actions. But Stansberry opened the meeting saying that it was going to be action items.
Okay. All right. I have enough information. Thank you. I just have one more question for Mr. Nickens. With regards to the May 22nd meeting, was it as Mr. Minette-Shaw claims that after the item of 32 items was presented, that there was a question as to whether there would be any objection.
This is a meeting facilitator who basically is saying, here are the items we're going to present. I will present the item. If there are questions, we'll take the questions. If there are no questions on the item, I'm going to assume you're okay with this recommendation, and we'll move forward in the discussion. No vote. Mr. Monet Shaw is alleging that there was a motion made for which there was no second and no vote. How do you call that an action?
Well, I mean, if you ask if there are any objections and somebody objects, that's essentially an action.
Objection to discussion.
Well, okay.
The full process here is the recommendations were presented for discussion at the first retreat.
Okay.
The exact same recommendations were presented for adoption or rejection, but basically for a vote, at the meeting in July.
Okay.
The recommendations then are operationalized by staff and brought back as concrete policy recommendations. They're going to the Governance Committee for discussion tomorrow. And then those final recommendations will go to the board in December.
So no action has been taken on any of these?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Actually, let me restate that. They were, at the July meeting, the board voted to accept the recommendations and direct staff to move forward with how do we implement the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's the stage we're at now.
But that was agendized properly?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion? Does everybody feel confident enough they understand what's happening here to make a motion? If not, we could send it back to committee if there more information needs to be collected and presented, if you feel there's not enough.
Let me pull up.
Member Fisher.
Not making any motions yet, but the only things I see on this were the 6714B, the screw up with the audio, and we'll call it inadvertent failure to list that public comment was in the agenda. That would be 6715. That's all I've got.
Okay.
The agenda thing was starting to get really slippery.
Okay. So is there a motion?
I mean, I'll move to find violations at 67.14B and 67.15.
I'll second that.
Moved by Member Moss, seconded by Member Fisher. Any discussion? Public comment.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I agree with your recommendation to find a violation. Finding a violation is not, to me at least, is not the essential, because you take it to the Ethics Commission and there we end it. The purpose in a lot of these is to put people officially on notice that you messed up. You did something wrong, and yes, we know you're going to come in and say we won't do it again, but let's put it on the public record so that it's clear that you did do it. It was a violation of the ordinance, and so the second time you come back, it can't be, well, this is our first offense. No. It's the second offense. You did this once before. In fact, you came before us and told us it wouldn't happen again, and it did happen again. So you coming in saying, it was accidental or whatever. I also heard Mr. Monet Shaw say that the recording machine malfunctioned at a meeting, but they had used that same machine at a prior meeting. So if you'd used it at a prior meeting and it worked fine and you've got the recording to prove it, then how do you say, well, we didn't, we messed up using it the second time? And that kind of opens the door for any time you want to have a discussion where it might be something you don't want on the record, the machine messed up. So I really do have a problem with the idea that he's saying, what I heard was that the meeting was recorded at one time using a machine, and then the next time they used that same machine was when they had the problem. That's a little harder to swallow than this is the first time we've ever used the machine, and we didn't know how to do it. If I use it one time, then I've pretty well sussed it out. And if it breaks down the second or third or fourth time, it's much harder and much less credible for me to put forward a new machine excuse. And that's kind of what I sense is being done. So while I'm not saying it's intentional, it's still a violation. It's supposed to be recorded, and it wasn't. And that's why I agree with the recommendation to find violations.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association Executive Director. We're not a party to this, and I have not reviewed this, but I do want to say, make a number of points. I would first like to say, what specific action or actions is the motion respecting violations aimed at? I think it's extremely important that you define precisely what action or actions each of your suggested violations is judging in violation. As the chair has said, there are many moving parts here, and I've certainly heard quite a bit of testimony. So could you clarify that? And maybe stop my time clock while you do that so I'll understand what the motion is about?
No. Well,
Okay.
we'll repeat the motion when we're
Okay, could you repeat the motion?
well, when we're ready to vote. I'll repeat the motion.
I don't know how I can comment if there's a motion to find a violation out of all the moving parts for two portions of the Sunshine Ordinance, and it's not specified, as you said, with all the moving parts, what those are specifically aimed at. I think that's actually something that the Sunshine Task Force has done in the past that weakens greatly its impact and its value to the public.
Well, I don't understand, Mr. Warfield. The 6714B is for failing the audio recording. That's pretty clear, isn't it, to you?
When you say it that way, yes.
I think that's what the whole discussion has been about. No?
Okay.
Okay. And the other one was failing to list an opportunity for public comment on the agenda.
Okay.
The agenda's in the packet. It's well noted.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I only heard the numbers, and I don't have the numbers memorized. And there are a lot, as you said, of moving parts. So thank you. But I think it is useful for everybody to know where we stand. So let me say something then about some of the points that were made here. It was troubling to me to hear that the excuses, numerous excuses that I heard about all the frequent meetings, the problems, the technical problems. Frequent meetings don't void or suspend Sunshine rules, and having a partial recording for one reason or another, it was a technological problem. That's exactly one of the issues we heard on the previous discussion on a previous matter. It is the responsibility of the agency to make the recordings. And in that respect, I just want to be clear that finding a violation on something is not the same as the punishment or how seriously you take it or what the record is in context. But I think it's important and valuable to find a violation when there is a violation. With respect to the posting, I heard that they are posting between 3:30 and 5 on a Friday. That's not 72 hours before a 1 or 1:30 meeting, which is what I understand is the time of the Monday meeting. So I think there's an issue with whether the posting in 72 hours in advance has been satisfied in one of those cases. So that might be an additional violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing no public comment. Anything else for the good of the cause on this? Any amendments? Changes?
No, we're good.
No? Okay. Let's call a roll.
On that motion, Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Seat 1 vacant. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Tesfa, absent. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Motion is approved. And we'll call
General public comment.
general public comment now, please.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Go ahead.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Upton Sinclair is noted for one of his quotes, which is, it's difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on him not understanding it. As most of you on the task force know, the orders of determination regarding the placement of 150-word summaries, 10 times the task force has ruled and has sent out a memo to all departments and had sent a letter to the city attorney regarding the placement of 150-word summaries that in the minutes means exactly what it says in the minutes. In fact, the finding against the city attorney was specifically against the city attorney's office for continuing to advise people that placing them as an addendum in some other place was a violation, was not in agreement with what the task force had ruled on 10 different occasions. I went to the Ethics Commission on the 16th. It was a referral of the last time of the 5 that Angela Calvillo was found in violation of the ordinance for not placing the 150-word summaries in the minutes. And basically, the Ethics Commission did what they always do with Sunshine. They voted against me and in favor of the city. I went to the Board of Commissioners yesterday, and I said, the Ethics Commission really ought to read the Good Government Guide, in particular, the section where it talks about roles of commissioners. It says there, when acting as a quasi-judicial body, you have an obligation to provide the parties due process and to base your decisions based on the facts and the evidence provided and the law. And basically, if you go look at the hearing, you'll basically see that they had no discussion, didn't look at the law at all, just basically said, we, again, disagree with the task force. And what they did is, oddly enough, they used the fact that they ruled twice before on this very issue as the basis for their determination we're ruling again, because Quentin Kopp said, I believe in precedent, and since we've ruled against it twice, we should rule against it again. And then also the clerk of the board sent a misleading representation. She basically said that the task force had given conflicting instructions, which the task force has never done. It's always been very clear, in the minutes means in the minutes. What she presented to the Ethics Commission was cases that were heard during the period where there were 4 empty seats on the task force, and you had to get 6 out of 6 or 6 out of 7 votes to get a finding of violation. And she presented the cases that occurred in that circumstance, which were more procedural than, and she basically said those were the task force confusing the issue, which was completely false.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We've had a number of meetings in which we have only 8 members out of the 11 seats on the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. That makes it very difficult for the public basically to get a fair outcome for their complaints and their concerns. I think it would be useful if you might provide some kind of an update with respect to, I believe Rishi Chopra has been not at any meetings for a very long time. Seat 1, I believe, has been vacant for a while, and I guess there's one absence. It's understandable that people are sometimes absent, can't be helped at times, but when you have regularly 8 out of 11 people, the folks coming before you have to get a really overwhelming supermajority of 6-2, or if there are fewer people, 6-1. which in most democracies is considered pretty overwhelming. So I would certainly appreciate an update. I also believe your bylaws require that there be notification when somebody misses a certain number of meetings or a certain number of meetings in a row, and I'd be interested to know whether you have, as a body, done that, or whether your administrator has made the necessary notifications, particularly with respect to vacant seats or very repeated absences. On a technical note, but I think an important one, I think you should clarify when public comment occurs. I've had questions with respect to when public comment occurs and what the sequence is of your agenda items. I think it's clear that under Roberts, your public comment is a special order, and a special order means you're doing it correctly. You take public comment as close to on or after the stated time, after completing anything that is currently in play or as a hearing at the time. So if you're in the middle of a hearing at 5 o'clock, whenever that's over, you take public comment. But I think the explanation on the agenda would be helpful to be a little bit more explicit about how that works. So, for example, today it looks like 5 comes before 6, but actually it's going to come after 6. Thank you. You look puzzled, so I'd be glad to answer any question about that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Hurry up.
Hurry up.
Come on up.
Excuse me, sir. This is the sunshine.
It is.
Look out for our rights. Come on. We're going way back.
Come on up.
Failed. Okay, thank you.
Come on up.
Okay, hey. Anyway, it's a blessing, and now y'all going to get a lesson. The thing what's going on here, I'm so confused, and we had a city that we don't know who the hell is in control and what the hell's going on. Now, this particular board, I remember visiting years ago, trying to bring some stability and credibility and honesty in our community. Yeah. We could not get it. I think your face is the only one that I'm familiar with at that time, was on that board. Meanwhile, be careful now, because I've been going to meetings for 15 years. Here lately, certain boards have crossed the lines, and these same particular players have crossed from the community here in City Hall. You call it City Hall, ooh, but I call it a silly hall. You know why? Because I'm going to tell y'all, because I have been in it, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm making the announcement of the beginning that's going to replace ACE. It's called CASE, C-A-S-E, Community Assistance Service Enterprise. And one of our main objectives is to community reform. We got everything on reform here, but in the community is where we need unity. Meanwhile, your agency and the Ethics Commission is the only one that I know in the city structure that has anything with the accountability of this city by the bay. But they better sit back and let me hear what I got to say. The corruption, all this, and now you got pay to play. And also you might have something that's called see it and turn the other way. You know, because a lot of everything that's we as the community, particularly in the Fillmore, oh, have you heard? The Phil no more. Oh, maybe so, because everything in the structure from the what's used to be redevelopment agency, OCII, there is nothing in the budget, in the housing authority, and this is totally unacceptable. Y'all, I've been around. You know, I ain't new to this. God knows I'm true to this. You know, and the main thing, I don't need your permission, because I'm on a mission now. And the thing between then and now, with all this technology and all this big money on the out-migration, when Newsom said the only thing that wouldn't put it on the map, there was no money, $500 billion in the deficit. But right now we in the $10.1 billion with a B. Has nothing to do with no blacks, though. $10.1 billion. I ain't seen nothing that said look like me. My name is Ace. I'm on the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming with a new TV show, too. It's called This Week in City Hall, y'all. Good evening.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing no public comment is closed. Please call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item 5, file number 17058, complaint filed by Dente Tedeschi against John Haley and Tom Nolan, San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay. One moment, Mr. Tedeschi.
This was heard by the complaint committee.
Okay.
Not ours.
Would you like me to provide the summary?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I was at that meeting.
I think we heard part of this too.
This matter was heard twice at the committee level. I believe that Mr. Tedeschi requested certain records regarding policies and procedures regarding service animals on public buses and cable cars. The department stated that they did provide those documents to Mr. Tedeschi in a timely manner. However, Mr. Tedeschi has stated that they created the policy retroactively and created the policies after it was requested.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tedeschi?
Hi, yes, my name is Dente Tedeschi.
Tedeschi, I'm sorry.
Fraud is basically what I'm saying. I am alleging fraud from the SFMTA. What happened was that in 2016, the policy surrounding service animals on historic cable cars was retroactively changed, targeting me specifically and my service animal, Rosie, because she was able to ride on the outside of the cable cars between my legs. This created some sort of issue with the drivers, saying that that this is unsafe, that they're afraid of her, all this stuff. Just particular drivers. And from a March 17th complaint that had no connection to this new seat requirement, that once you're seated on the outside of the old historic cable cars, you have to have your service animal on your lap. That again was again. I had asked Tom Nolan. I asked John Haley for meetings. I never got them. I asked them for the specific record for 2016 for this. This is what they gave me. Notice the signature for John Haley is not him, someone else for him. I was told in an appeal hearing that that SFMTA has sometimes people fill in for, say, John Haley on that time. I don't believe it. I don't take it as the truth, because on January 6th of 2017, what I had been basically forced to do was, after all my questions for reasonable accommodation were completely ignored by SFMTA, John Haley, the cable car director as well, his name was Ed Kobim. Numerous times that I tried to contact them regarding this issue, they blocked me from their emails. They ignored my requests. They actually said no comment on many occasions. And so what I was forced to do was basically kind of a public protest, if you will, but at the same time still protecting myself each day before I went out and purposely disobeyed this new rule. I would take screenshots of the website, of the SFMTA website, to make sure that indeed the website did not have this new rule posted on it. On January 6, 2017, the website changed. So I have a before This was around 1:25 a.m. on January 6, 2017. As you can see, there's no section for service animals on cable cars that you'll see in this one, which was the same day, but this was a screenshot that I took at 8:59 p.m. on January 6, 2017. I believe this, in addition to the signature not being there of John Haley's on the 2016 general notice, and my other emails, my other requests for reasonable accommodation, and they're purposely ignoring them, is willful misconduct. They basically railroaded me and actually presented this information even at the appeal hearing as if that this rule existed for 2016. It did not. It did not. It did not exist. It was created, again, specifically targeting me and my service animal. That's wrong. I mean, I just can't, I don't know what else to describe. I have a FTA complaint that I just filed right before the 6-month statute of limitations, and I believe that the FTA will side on my behalf because I've done nothing wrong. What happened was inexcusable. As I am a law-abiding person, I've gone about my whole the whole process of getting Rosie correctly and legally certified as a service animal. She is. I'm not a liar. They're a liar, and they changed the rules specifically for this, and that's why they will not give me the 2016 general notice, not from the Director of Transit, but from the accessibility coordinators, which is a different department. And on the complaint, it specifically said 2016. I want the service animal policy from both the Director of Transit and also from the accessibility department. Thank you.
I got it. Just taking a note. Are any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Please come on up.
Hi, I'm Caroline Celaya, Manager Public Records Request for the SFMTA. The complaint alleges that we are in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance by failing to respond to requests for records in a timely and complete manner. The supporting documentation that we provided to the task force, along with the supporting documentation, indicates that we did provide the documents within the timely manner. So I know that the complaint has brought up other issues, but the violation, the complaint is very clear about what the violation is, and our supporting documentation does indicate and show that the documents were provided within the time frame allowed. And I don't have anything else to add, but I'm available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members? Member Canada.
I have a question for the respondent.
Ms. Celaya.
No, the respondent.
Ms. Celaya.
Ms. Celaya. And you said that you provided the information in the time required. Was that information? Was the information what was requested? Was it the policies from both departments? Are the policies of those departments different? How?
I don't believe that they're different. I asked staff to provide them, and they did. We have an online system. Staff uploaded the documents. We made them available to the requester, and all of the documents were there, and we did note that they were reviewed by the requester.
Okay, so as I'm looking at this, there seem to be two general
Can you pull the microphone down?
There seem to be two general notices for January of 2016, one 2016-003 and one 2016-013. And though the wording is kind of different, service animals, ADA requirements, and SFMTA policy, and the 013 is transporting service animals on cable cars.
The difference is that 003 is service animals in general, and 013 is specific to cable cars. That's the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tedessa?
Yes.
I'm trying to find your original complaint. Original request. I'm not seeing it in the package.
It was an online submission of the complaint on page 132.
132, okay. Thank you. One moment, please.
Yeah, it's basically willful from them because they don't want...
I don't want to launch into something other than I'm focusing on.
Okay.
If you don't mind. 132.
And why aren't they here?
Victor,
Why isn't
Victor,
Tom
it's
Nolan
not what I
and
was
John
asking.
Haley
I
here?
was asking for his original request to MTA. I don't see his... Is that part of the record here?
Page 132.
No, 132 is the intake. That's our form. I'm looking for the request they made, Mr. Tedessa made to you initially. The reason why I'm asking that is because I want to determine whether that was an immediate disclosure request or whether that was a general request.
Yes, on the online portion where I made that request, it actually specifically pointed out 2000. Please give me all documents for 2016, especially from the accessibility department, because that's what I had earlier, and the accessibility coordinator, Matthew West, had given me did not say this new requirement.
Okay, so I'm just trying to...
Sure.
Chair Wolf, I think I've got it. I think 132, that is the original request. I think that's what they're trying to tell you. That's what it looks like. Is that right?
I believe Chair Wolf is looking for the original request from Mr. Tedeschi to the SFMTA.
MTA, this is our form, 132.
Right, so what's this Google Forms? Is that what you pulled?
That is what's submitted to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to initiate a complaint.
I see. Okay.
All right, hold on a minute. Is everything okay over here?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you, Mr. Tedeschi,
Yes,
when
yes.
you made your initial request for these records,
Yeah.
how did you make it? You made it. Tell us how you made it.
I made them through emails. The emails were blocked by Barracuda Systems.
Okay.
So I went to SFMTA headquarters. The answer from them was no comment. I did.
How did you eventually get a response from them? I mean, how did they know that you made a request?
I got their response through the website portal.
So you went to their portal, you filled out a form?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Great.
Exactly.
That would be page 153, the automated response.
I resorted to that after I tried all.
Hold on.
kind
I'm
of-
being
Yeah.
very granular right now.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Page 145, confirming we received your public records request on May 8th, 2018. This is from MTA to Mr. Tedeschi.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
May 5th.
Okay, Ms. Zelaya, I have a question. With With regards to your online portal for sunshine requests, is there a checkbox for IDRs versus a regular request?
There is internally, when a requester makes a request, and it's an immediate disclosure, they note that under the description. So when I see that, I immediately alert staff that it's an IDR due within 24 hours.
Is there instructions on that page for the user to
I believe
to do
so.
that?
Yeah.
And okay. Thank you. Mr. Tedessa?
Yes.
Is your your request, it doesn't appear to be for an immediate disclosure request, is that correct? You were just making a regular request?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, okay. I'm going to assume that this was a regular request.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Mr. Tedessa, you made this request on 5.
I knew what they were doing this whole time, so...
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out the timeliness.
I believe it would be 5/5.
5/5,
But that's what it says. It was submitted. I mean, if you look at the header of this page, there are multiple dates. 5/15, Carolyn Celaya wrote.
Those are later responses, but if you look at the original 5/5, that's when it came in, but it didn't. Their response didn't get logged until 5/8, which is the following Monday. I think that's what you're.
I'm gonna ask her. This is their form. I don't want to interpret something based upon what is apparent. Ms. Celaya, on page 153 of our packet.
I see it.
And look at 54. They're not acknowledging it until Monday the 8th.
Okay, fair enough. Can you just explain to us the top, the heading, the headers where it says on 5/15, you wrote your name is there. You wrote, and then it says 5/8, and then it says 5/5. What is that?
Okay, sure. 5/5 at 9:05 p.m. is when the request was made. Since that was after work hours, it wasn't received until that Monday morning on the 8th.
Okay.
So that's where I, on the 8th, acknowledged receipt, and then the response was sent on the 15th. And those are the letters that are attached.
Okay,
And that-
gotcha.
Through the chair, that timeline's on page 151.
Right. Okay.
That's in the letter, but the chair was looking at what was the actual copy of what
it's just a little,
occurred.
when we're dealing now with lots of these online platforms, we want to make sure there's an accurate paper trail and timeline. Otherwise, it throws everything up in the air, so I think that needs to be.
So through the chair, it looks like they responded in the 10 days, even if you go back to 5/5 and 5/15. That's how I'm reading this.
Well, the response is not as important as when the documents were received. It's not an IDR, so response is required by the IDR. The delivery of records under a regular request.
Right. So by May 15th, they responded saying, "Here's the link to find your materials." And does that constitute delivery, or shouldn't they also send documents and a link? That could be another discussion, but.
Well, it depends upon how he requested them.
If I may, he did request through the system, and if you look at page 174, there is an indication that shows when those documents were viewed. Our system does allow us to see and ensure that the requester has viewed the documents.
Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Tedessa, so Your request for a hearing here is based upon a violation of timeliness, a complaint of timeliness. So can you explain to us where the issue is here?
My original complaint actually also had that SFMTA was denying me to actually meet with John Haley, meet with Cheryl Brinkman. I had submitted it though with this complaint as well. They responded to my request, but what I am alleging is that they are willfully not giving me the correct information. They're saying that we gave him everything. That's all we have in our records, when that's not the case. That's not the truth. And so that's why I had to show you the website change, for example. I had to show you the signature change, for example, for the specific one for 2016 that they did give me. Every single other year from 2013, 14, 15, 16 has John Haley's signature. The only one that does not have his signature on it is 2016, the very year that I'm saying this rule was not there.
So you're saying the missing document is the one from 2016 that doesn't have a signature on it. So you're looking for the actual policy?
Yes, because what I'm alleging is that this policy was never there.
Okay. Ms. Celaya, can you please explain to us? Can you please explain to us why all the other years? I mean, who makes this policy? Who approves it ultimately?
The Director of Transportation, John Haley, and from what I'm told...
No requirement from the MTA members, please? The MTA board doesn't have to approve change in policy?
No.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's not.
Policy?
It does anything. No, as far as I know, that's not the case, no.
Okay. All right. For all the other, according to Mr. Tedesca, for all the other documents had a signature, and the one for 2016 that he's specifically asking for did not. Is there a document that has a signature from the Director of Transit on a change that was made to the policy between?
No, I was told by staff, and this is common practice, that if a department head of a division within the agency is out that week and something comes up that goes out that needs to be dealt with, whoever is acting on that person's behalf signs the document. That's common practice.
But
so
the
fact that there isn't his signature is simply because he was out that day.
But he's claiming that there's no signature at all. So anybody who's acting would sign on their behalf, right?
Right. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing actually for the cable car for 2016, I do see John Haley's effective date, January 2016 to December 31st, January 2016. For the safety user page 169, for safety, it is recommended that passengers of service animals sit on the interior seating with the animal on the lap or as far out in the aisle as possible. And I see that as the same for 2015 and the same for 2017.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So Mr. Tedesca is claiming that for 2015, that the signature is different than all the other ones.
Well, my eyes don't see that. I see 167, page 167, 169, and 171 all have Mr.
You don't see a difference between 167? I see.
Oh, 169?
No, 167 and 168.
The word
Do you not
for.
see a difference in the signatures there?
Oh, you know what? It says for director. So there was another individual that signed, but it's the same policy. The reason why it's different is because John was out that day.
You're talking about page 169. That's a 2000.
Exactly.
Okay.
And yes.
I'm talking about 2015 on page 167.
That's John's signature, and that's also his signature on 171 It's a different staff person's signature, but it says that person's signature for John Haley.
Okay.
On behalf of, which is, again, common practice if somebody's out that day.
Okay. DC Acola.
Yeah, through the chair, from my understanding, from what was discussed at complaint committee and all of the materials that we have in the packet before us now, this was a timeliness issue. I don't see anything more than that. So I think you should focus on what on the argument that was made on paper and the argument that was addressed at the complaint committee, not whether or not the signature matches up from year to year.
That's fair enough. I was curious. I can ask a question if I want. Vice Chair Hyland.
Ms. Celaya, if you could approach. One of the things that we do in this task force is we help plaintiffs better formulate their questions. In this case, if I had written this request, I would have said all materials pertaining to any ADA policy changes, decisions, or guides from years 2013-17, including any emails, correspondence, anything, etc., to involve everything. So let me ask you that question. What else, if we were to do a search like that, what else would come up, especially something where there's a change from 15 to 16?
There may be some emails I don't know that wasn't requested.
Okay. And then to echo Chair Wolf's question, that isn't something that's voted on? I mean, that's not something it's pretty substantive, I would think.
No, as you can see in the packet, there is a letter from Mr. Reskin to the board on November 16th, advising them of the policy. So they were made aware, but it's not something they vote on, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I have no more questions. We move to rebuttals. Okay. Respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Respondent.
Ms. Celaya, if you have any rebuttals.
Actually, I don't have anything further to add. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tedeschi.
So again, this policy, this is dated November 29th, 2016, service animal policy from Edward Riskin. Nowhere in this memorandum does it say that service animals have to be on your lap if you're riding on the outside of the cable car. Again, this is yet again another proof that this rule did not exist in 2016. We're talking about 2016. 2016, the rule stating that you have to have your service animal on your lap if riding historic cable cars is not here. It's not here. It wasn't on the website. It was changed on the website in 2017, January 2017. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. This is fraud on the highest level. And SFMTA and their directors have purposely ignored my many requests to meet. They have blocked me from emails. Then they banned me and my service animal for 5 years because they said that I did not have her on my lap. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. It's unacceptable behavior. How is a citizen, I've been here since 1998. I'm from Ethiopia. It came to this country in 1985. I have never, ever, ever thought that this country would be so reckless. I have never felt I've never felt like a minority. I've never felt like normal African Americans do. Now I get it. I get it because I was specifically, singularly targeted, unfortunately, by some. I mean, it's not everybody, but just these particular drivers who had a fear of my service animal just because she's a pit bull. It does not help that I am a black man. I'm sure that had everything to do with this. But when you then go and change policy, change the rules midway, and say that this is what the policy was in the first place, after I followed this new change, and now because she's on my lap, he's afraid of her. So so it's the same thing. I get the same issue, happening all over again. This is wrong. You can't change the rules midway. This policy did not exist in 2016. I asked the SFMTA numerous times, please give me the correct information. They did not. They willfully misled me and the public and the press, and somebody needs to be responsible. I tell you guys, this is the third time that I'm standing up here. My SFMTA issues have everything to do with all my other complaints. Thank you very much.
Any members? Vice Chair Howland.
Through the chair, just to Mr. Tedeschi, I don't know if you heard, and you can go back and listen to the recording, how I phrased that question. I would recommend that you maybe open a new IDR and make it more expansive. Try and get to the root of how this all came to be. I know ADA policy is changing a lot when it comes to service animals in every department, every city. There's a lot of change going on. I would maybe enlist a body or two to help you pro bono with this. I'm not sure how much we can help you.
Okay.
And we've tried, through subcommittees and committees, and we can certainly help you craft your sunshine requests more completely.
Yeah, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
I do want to talk about DCA COLA's focusing on the timeliness issue. I'm not sure I saw timeliness issue just because it went from 5 to 8 to 15. Therefore, that 10 days was satisfied. Maybe someone on the task force can correct me if I'm wrong there. But that's kind of where I side on this.
Thank you, member.
Just one comment here. I'm looking on page 173 now for 2015.
Yes.
And in 2015, they have this section, passengers with service animals who insist on sitting in the exterior seating, and that have 2 bullets. One, should be advised that animals could be injured if they fall from the open cable car. And the second one is, are required to place their service animals in their lap. And it's the same thing for 2016.
Yes.
So I don't...
But the signature for that particular bulletin from the Director of Transit is John Haley, and I'm saying it's on purpose because added with my other evidence, my emails, all that stuff, they on purposely don't want him to be either legally responsible for 2016, but I do not buy the story that he was out sick on that day and changed this policy. Because also, again, the website did not reflect this new policy. The website's changed on 2017. And what I'm saying is this policy was brought in and paraded as the facts or as policy when it wasn't.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Absolutely.
Of all these documents,
yeah,
all these were available to you in May? All these documents were available to you in May. They were on the website. You were able to see them, discrepancies and all.
Well, no. The discrepancy of the signature was I found out about that was at the appeal hearing. At the appeal hearing, we were supposed to exchange evidence packets. I did not because I knew that whatever I submitted, and I still had that website proof, I didn't even give it to SFMTA because I knew that they were crooked because of my...
Well, besides the rhetoric, I mean, I'm trying to get to the point here is, did all the information that's in the packet here today, including all these general notices, were they available to you on May 18th?
No.
Which ones were not given to you on May 18th?
Oh, which ones were not? No, they were. They were available to me on May 18th, 2017. Yes,
okay.
yes.
Well, that's kind of the crux of the matter here. Okay. We're talking. Your complaint to us was based upon timeliness, and so we're trying to figure out which documents you did not get.
Okay.
On
so
May
the ones,
18th, if you've gotten all of them that are part of the record. Then
no, I did not. So what I did not get on what my request was 2016 from the accessibility coordinator.
Okay.
Accessibility department. That specific department I did not get.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Just for edification of Member Kanata, if you look on page 166 and 167, the policy changed within the same year there.
And that's 2015.
It's 2015, right?
It looks like it changes from 15 to 16 to 17. It's evolved.
Right. It does change, and then in 2016.
But 167.
And then it changed. I mean, in 2016, at the beginning of the year, it is a little odd. Yeah. I hear you, but that's
166 is the statement on service animal ADA requirements, and 167 is the transporting. So that's for 2015, right?
Right.
And that has the bullet where it says it has to be on. If you're outside, it should be on your lap.
Right, but I'm just noting, just for our edification, it is a little weird, okay? Just the way that thing is. So I get that. Okay, Ms. Celaya, let me ask you. So Mr. Tedeschi is claiming that the only documents he did not receive were the ones from the ADA coordinator. Were they provided?
I am unaware that they would have anything different because we only have one policy.
It doesn't matter if it's different or not. Every custodian that has records that
I'd have to go back and look within the system to find out if they provided any documents or if there was any difference. I'd have to go back and look within the system. I don't know off the top of my head. And
okay, you're not aware. Okay,
I'm not aware.
Okay, great. Okay, so. Okay, members, is there a motion? Okay, I'm going to make a motion. I'll make a motion on unresponsive 6721. Where is it here? B. 6720. Vice Chair Highland, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay. Okay, 6721B, and this would be on the SFMTA Disability Coordinator unresponsive records to the requester. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by the chair, second by vice chair. Any discussion? Seeing none, public comment.
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I believe that is a very appropriate order or finding. Mr. Tedeschi is basically trying to get clear the result of, how did this chain of events come about? Now I'm banned from using a segment of the public transportation system, and I'm not exactly clear on how that all evolved. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but I seem to understand that he was on the cable car. He put the dog on his lap in accordance with what the directives are, but then the drivers said, I don't want that animal near me or whatever it is, and said, get off. And now they're coming back and kind of saying that the policy is different. I think what he's trying to do is understand. I agree with with Vice Chair Highland that if he frames the request again and asks for a broader set of documents, he may be able to get what he was looking for. And I think that's one weakness in the Sunshine Ordinance, is that many just don't know how to frame the request. And it takes years, as I know from experience, on how to request documents in a specific way that it's hard for them not to cover up something that they don't want you to know. I think somewhere in here it's unclear as to how it got to the point where Mr. Tedeschi was put in the position of not understanding exactly what was expected him when riding the cable car with his service dog. I find it kind of odd. ADA is a federal law, and normally anything that significant has to be approved by a commission or a board after a public hearing. It isn't just something that it can be done by an administrative effort, and that sounds kind of like what was done here. And Mr. Tedeschi has had other issues with his service animal, like not being able to get into a public meeting, and it was very unclear when I was at that hearing as to exactly who was running the bus. It was just like everybody was claiming this, and I said at that one, you could have brought somebody who could have directly addressed this, and they didn't. In other words, he was denied access to a public meeting, and they could have brought someone that was at that meeting that actually denied him the access to provide direct information. Instead, they were giving hearsay, saying, I thought this happened and I thought that happened. Same here. Somebody could have come in and addressed the fact that you have an ADA coordinator, and normally anything that's run by that, that's changed in the ADA would go by that coordinator. So I find it hard to believe that there wouldn't be documents and email exchanges that went back before they changed this policy into the department with that coordinator.
Thank you. You have public comment.
What is being read as a change to the policy seems to be a clarification of the policy, and it appears to be the result of case law or perhaps a disciplinary issue involving the union drivers, and I would be curious to know whether the clarification of the policy, or the change in the language that conveyed the policy, was subject to litigation or labor action at that time, whether that was known to the city attorney, and whether the specific grounds for withholding any information was disclosed to the complainant, if it was indeed in limbo, because as Mr. Hyland said, this is an area where there is a lot of change going on, and I would suspect there is litigation going on. Thank you.
Yeah, public comment. Okay, so I'm just going to add some narrative to this motion. Under 6721E, where there's termination that the record is public, which has already been done, Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall notify District Attorney, Attorney General, who may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of this ordinance. So I'm going to ask Ms. Celaya that the ADA coordinator provide Mr. Tedeschi in 5 days with the information. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to refer this to our Compliance and Amendments Committee. Okay, and in their next meeting, if you wouldn't mind confirming, or if before there, confirm that that was done. And Mr. Tedeschi, if you could also confirm with our administrator if you had received that from the ADA coordinator, then we won't have to, we can dispense with it at that point, and the committee you won't have to appear at the committee. Does that sound okay?
Mr. Chairman, if there's the possibility that the ADA coordinator states they have no documents?
If they're unresponsive, if it's unresponsive, then agendize it for the Compliance and Amendments Committee with a request that that coordinator appear and explain why it's unresponsive. Member
For clarity's sake, what is the document or type of documents that are being required?
It's in his request. He's yearly policy guidance created for the Accessibility Department stating the official SMMTA ADA requirements for service animals for the years 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17. Please include all departments. These policy guidance sheets were made for. So far, I know there is 2 separate departments, Director of Transit and Accessibility Department. Please feel free to call me any questions.
So everything from Director of Transit has been received?
Right.
And only 2016 for the accessibility has not?
No, he's received that. That's up online already. That was already up online.
So then what's missing?
What's missing is that the Accessibility Department or coordinator did not provide any information.
He hasn't received it.
He's corroborating, and he wants corroborating evidence from both departments. If something's missing, if he gets more information from one department than the other, he's trying to get as much information as possible, which is fine.
So then this other department has to provide the same documents.
Whatever his request was from both.
Right.
Director of Transit and the Accessibility Department. Accessibility Department didn't provide anything or claimed unresponsive, so.
They might have different documents.
Yeah, okay.
Right, okay. Ready for a vote? Call roll.
Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa absent. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Seat 1 vacant. Motion passes. The matter will be referred to the Compliance Amendments Committee for hearing.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Do one more.
Hearing no objections, call next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 7, file number 17082, complaint filed by Anonymous against Luis Herrera and the Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25, by failing to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner.
This was...
It was compliance and amendments.
Okay, member.
Okay,
Chair Kanata.
so, and correct me if I leave anything out here. There seem to be two issues here. The first issue about violation of 6725 was agreed to by both parties. The complainant put it out there. The respondent said, yeah, they were late. It was agreed to. The issue that is before us here is the fact that there was an interaction between the complainant and one of the library staff. And without the complainant knowing at the time, library staff wrote, and there was an email written about this interaction. And the complainant is looking for library documents and protocols about how incidents are recorded and why an incident would be recorded. The respondent said that there was no incident recorded. And the committee discussed the fact that was it even in the committee's purview to determine how the library deals with the public.
Okay, thank you.
Was Anonymous at your...
Both parties were at the committee.
Okay, so Anonymous has 5 minutes. And please, members, please do not reference Anonymous by name. That's the purpose of Anonymous.
I disagree somewhat with Mr. Kanata's characterization of the results of the compliance committee meeting. The ipso facto, the fact that they generated a email regarding this, I'll call it alleged incident, constitutes a document. The generation of which is unclear. That is to say, my central argument is a simple one, that the San Francisco Public Library was not responsive to my request, and that it did not include San Francisco Public Library written procedures for recording incidents such as they alleged happened June 24, 2017. So I think my complaint is simple enough. But again, I'm going to repeat what I just said. By virtue of the fact that they generated an email, they are saying there was an incident. Ipso facto, that constitutes a document and a recording of an incident. But any rules or procedures they have, written rules or procedures regarding the parameters of when such emails or recordings of interactions with the public are generated, they have not produced any such documents or communications. I hope that's clear. I don't know that I have much else to add. I've been advised by some other members of the public who've used this task force that there are such procedures, but I haven't been able to find them. Such written procedures defining when an interaction between a member of the public and a staff member generates a report of any sort, including an email. So, but this is just a hearsay at this point, and I wish the task force could nail it down to when the staff generate any report, including an email, of an interaction with the public.
Okay. All right. Any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner complainant?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. As you know, I've had my ups and downs with the Library Commission and the library for quite a few years now. And the issue that is front and center is the fact that the Library Commission passed a series of policies. And it basically set out penalties for bad behavior and other items, and included things like a 3-month suspension, a 6-month suspension, and up to a 3-year suspension. And I've mentioned this at the Library Commission meetings. While they have this policy in place, there are absolutely no rules for the public to see as to how it's being implemented. In other words, if somebody just does a complaint, do they have to give me a copy of the complaint? Do they have to give me notification that the complaint is filed? Can I appeal the complaint, and if so, who do I appeal it to? And if there is a penalty, is it just a done deal, or do I have a chance to appeal it? And none of that, from my understanding, is available, and that's, I think, what Mr. Anonymous is trying to get. He's trying to get an understanding of now there's this document that says I had an incident, but I didn't know of any incident, and I have a little bit of an understanding of the sequence of events. I think what happened was someone said he was a problem, and then when he said, well, if there's a complaint, I want to see it, and there was nothing to show him, so basically they produced this letter which said, well, here's what happened. And yet he's still without any guidance as far as who put the complaint in, what the complaint is about, how he can appeal it, or if he can appeal it, how long the sentence is, how it was determined, nothing. So basically it's just kind of like you go into the library, you do something, they say you're in violation, get out and don't come back. What do? Nobody knows. So either, and the library is very famous for this, they do it all the time. They don't want to admit we don't have any rules, we don't have any procedure, we don't have any policy. Our staff just does whatever they feel like doing at the time. But we don't want to acknowledge that, so we're not going to say there are no documents responsive to the request. We're just going to say, here's this letter of an incident, but how the whole thing went about, how it transpired, how you were assigned this penalty, how this can you appeal a penalty, anything. Nothing is available to them.
Any additional persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present?
Good evening, Sunshine Task Force. Our custodian of records is not present here this evening. She has requested that I refer you to the written response. She takes full responsibility for the delay in responding to this IDR. There's really no excuse for the timeliness issue.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. And any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members? Respondent, any?
You've got
Oh,
one over here.
go ahead,
I mean,
Member
I don't
Moss.
have any questions. I think I'm ready for rebuttals. It seems like it's pretty clear to me, you know.
Okay.
I mean, if you have a question, you should
I
go for it.
do have a question for the library, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Hey, please state your name.
Michael Lambert. I'm the Deputy City Librarian.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for attending. You're familiar with the policies and the guidelines of the library, more or less?
I am. We have no policies or responsive information about when staff would codify an email for their interaction with a member of the public.
Do you provide any enforcement for people who are behaving, badly or not according to your guidelines of some sort? Or is any of this?
Absolutely. We have a patron code of conduct that was approved by the Library Commission.
Okay. And when somebody violates that patron code of conduct, is there a process for dealing with that? Is there something written?
Absolutely.
Is there something written?
Yes, sir. We have a patron code of conduct that is codified with different sets of violations and the consequences for violating those consequences.
Okay. Does that include
patron code?
Does that include a creation of an incident reports or some sort of case file? So for your record, so you have a record?
Yes, we do have an incident report database. This specific interaction between a member of the public and our staff did not rise to the level of a violation of the patron code of conduct that would warrant an incident report being generated.
So to your knowledge, is that the reason why no information was provided to the
Absolutely.
requester?
There was no incident report related to this interaction.
So in the future, if there was some other interaction with this particular person, this previous incident wouldn't count against them?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's no violation.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member Kanata, did you raise your hand?
Member Wolf.
I briefly raised my hand, but he answered the question.
Okay.
So I do have a question. So for the respondent again,
Mr. Lambert.
So as part of the original IDR, the last sentence is, please send me at the above address all communications and documents that support Mr. Darren Olson's allegations and claims. Why weren't these procedures and practices provided?
As I mentioned earlier, there's no procedures codified for Mr. Olson documenting an interaction with a member of the public in an email.
Okay, and so a member of the public, if they didn't put in any type of request at all, would never know that there had been a non-incident.
That's right. That's correct.
Okay. If you got a request for your official policy on incidents, that would be provided.
Absolutely. It's available on our website.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, let's go to rebuttals. Mr. Lambert, do you have any rebuttal at all before you leave? Thank you.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, great. Thank you. Petitioner, complainant, do you have any rebuttal?
Unfortunately, I didn't bring the library's violations listing of degrees of egregiousness in behavior. But they have generated an email, which, to my knowledge, is a permanent record their lowest level of violation is very vague. It uses the words repeated and uses the word verbal exchange. So they can go back if this same incident occurred again and say, well, you had it before. See, now the second time is a repeating of the incident, and therefore we're going to take these measures. So I think this is a violation of my due process rights, that they are claiming they have no standard for generating an email which has a detrimental effect on my participation in library services. I can't believe that. Maybe that's ipso facto a violation of sunshine. If this is a procedure that's going to affect my use of the library, there must be written procedures about when emails are generated. What do they mean it didn't rise to the level? What is the level? How do they decide what is the level? Where it becomes something that causes another action. But also they didn't define what level was this at, by what terms, what standards were used in even generating this single email. And I think that's ipso facto a violation of sunshine, because it could have a detrimental effect on my participation in the library. I don't know how to say it any more simply, but I don't believe they have any procedures at all that they are willing to share with the public. So how do they decide whether their employees are acting in a proper manner with regard to services they provide to the public? And in this case, the public was making no more than a critical comment on services, and it generated what I think, in fact, is an erroneous email. You have a copy of it, but I don't think it's truthful, and it maligns my character and could be used against me to exclude me from services. It certainly could be shared with other library employees and say, well, you should be careful of this individual and so forth. So I think they have an obligation, if they don't have written procedures, to produce them, to write them, and provide them to the public.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for a violation of 67.25.
On what issue?
On failing to respond to immediate disclosure request on
Timeliness?
In time.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Member Wolf, Josh Wolf, second by Member Hensy. Any further discussion on this matter? Public comment on the motion?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not party to the complaint or extremely familiar with it, but I have some observations to make with respect to the background and the testimony. About 3 years ago, the mayor sent a letter to the library saying, you've got enough rules, but we want a family-friendly civic center. He was trying to clear out Central Market area. He said, you've got enough rules, you need to tighten up the punishments. The Library Commission then had a first shot, at least that's what it ended up as being. We contacted the Coalition on Homelessness, and so 6 homeless advocacy groups arrived at the Library Commission meeting for the first discussion about the meetings, which were draconian in many respects. There were new rules, and the punishments, for example, for one of the not very well-defined things, coming in under the influence of alcohol or a non-prescription drug, or non-prescription drugs, jumped from a third offense being 7-day suspension to either 1 year or 3 years. My recollection is 3 years. The noise that was made by us and others and the publicity that we did eventually resulted in 4 different versions of the rules. The ACLU actually sent about 2 months in a letter to the library giving chapter and verse about the rules being too vague and the punishments being way out of line. One of the rules they cited, which is still in the books as being inappropriately vague, which could be used, and they said has been used to hassle people selectively, was, quote, inappropriate use of the bathrooms. I was surprised that Mr. Lambert said there was only a database and that there don't seem to be procedures or documentation. In fact, as I understand it, and Luis Herrera, the city librarian, boasted about improved procedures, I have seen in the past incident reports, if you like, outlining what the patron did and what the procedure would be for their exclusion from the library, as well as what they could do to appeal. There are many problematic failures there to describe exactly, for example, what happened in this case with the anonymous person. I was surprised to hear from Mr. Lambert this incident would be used against him. That's what I understood. I certainly think there should be rules about this sort of communication, but I'm very surprised by what I think is some incorrect information that's been provided to you here, and I think certainly there should be more procedural clarity and procedural protections for patrons from being accused without knowing about it and without seeing what the appropriate full requirements of the existing rules are. And I'd be glad to answer any questions as to the best of my knowledge about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none. I'd like to maybe interest and ask the library, but first, to members, do you think it would be beyond us to make a request to the library to send a memo to the complainant that they are, in fact, there's no record or intake that was made to their incident database, that no enforcement would be made against them on this particular incident?
I mean, we have an audio tape of the library representative having just said that. I'm not sure codifying it on paper doesn't potentially create the, like...
Okay. It's a question, that's all.
I don't know whether other people agree. It just makes me nervous that paper itself could conceivably end up problematic for me in the future.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think it's outside of our purview for that.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's just a thought. Okay. Anything else to go to the cause? Call the roll.
On that motion, Member Josh Wolf. Aye.
Yes.
Josh Wolf, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa absent. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Vice Chair Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Eldon. Aye. Eldon, aye. Seat 1 vacant. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Keep going. Call the next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 8, file number 17084, complaint filed by Ray Hart against John Updike and the Department of Real Estate for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21E, 67.25, and 67.29A and C by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a complete manner or failing to maintain required records.
Which committee heard this?
This was before the complaint committee.
Okay.
Would you like me to provide the summary?
Go for it. I don't think I was at. Was I at the meeting?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
The petitioner requested.
I remember.
Basically, it came down to the petitioner requested documentation showing that the Friends of the Public Library had paid their rent. Mr. Hart stated that the certificate of compliance, as required by the lease, has not been provided, and he had not received any documents showing that the rent had been paid.
You must pay the rent. Okay.
Chair Wolf requested that the Department of Real Estate be prepared to explain the reason for excluding certain records, describe what is maintained in a lease file, and address any other relevant issues brought up at the complaint committee hearing.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Hartz.
I made the same exact request, both of the library and the Department of Real Estate. One was to John Updike for certain documents, and the same documents from Luis Herrera, the city librarian. If you turn to page 212 in your packet, you will see the response there from Mr. Updike, and that is the response to the complaint. On 212, about two-thirds of the way down, he says, in both IDR instances, June 6th and June 16th, a timely and complete response was provided to the complainant. Both such responses are attached here to electronically, dated June 8th and June 16th, respectively. And the confusion came in because what happened was when I sent it to Mr. Updike, he responded saying the library will give you certain of this information. And I wrote back to them and said, I clearly made this to each of you. I want your documents and I want their documents. Okay. If you look at the next page, 213, you see the last two paragraphs. As one can see from reviewing the entire lease file that was provided to the complainant upon request, there were several years in which the public library staff did not secure the statements from the Friends and Foundation and thus did not have anything to provide real estate to insert in the file relative to rent abatement. There are several instances of requests from real estate to the library seeking such information but limited response. And that's because this same issue comes up in the next item. But the next paragraph is critical. The lease file clearly shows compliance with section 6729.7 in that all documents and correspondence was properly maintained, preserved, and disclosed. There can be no question on this fact. If you turn to page 309 in your packet, you will see an email there from Claudine Venegas to Mr. Updike, and the very last paragraph where it says, there is nothing in the file to indicate how the first option was handled. This was a lease that was made in 2003 with two renewal options in 2008 and 2013. Therefore, do you want a letter drafted for your signature to acknowledge that the initial base rent for the second option and the subsequent year is $1 based on so forth? So basically, Mr. Updike is saying we gave all the information, and that would have included the renegotiation of the lease at the 5-year point, and there is the acknowledgement from the person handling the file that there's nothing in the file related to that. And how do you want me to handle it? And if you turn to page 312, basically you see a letter there to Victor Young from John Updike, and the first thing says, in response to your immediate disclosure request, real estate offers the following in addition to the lease provided. And then you go down to the second paragraph. It says, with respect to the remainder of your request pasted below, we offer the entirety of our lease file, excepting therefrom the lease itself. So basically, he's saying, we have a lease, but I'm not going to give you a copy. You have to get it from the library. And my specific request was to both of them. I want the copy the real estate division has, and I want the copy the library has. And I have yet to date to get that. And then lastly, to clear this kind of up, on page 279 of the packet, there is the actual substance of the lease, and it basically talks about two things, base rent and rent abatement. And it says on page 280, at the end of each fiscal year, the Friends and Foundations shall send to the city librarian a statement showing such donations. Upon certification of such statement by the city librarian and the library's chief financial officer and delivery of a copy to the real estate division of the administrative services, the base monthly rent shown shall be fully simply abated to one-time payment of $1. So where are all the documents where the library told the real estate division that they met the requirements of the lease? And if you look at the very next page, 281, it also says there, "Hi, Roberto," and it's from the same person, Claudine. And the first paragraph, last sentence says, "As a result, the rent would be adjusted from $774 to $975.24 a month." So basically, there's absolutely nothing about the first renewal of the lease. There's absolutely nothing to indicate that it was actually renewed. There's nothing to indicate whether the contract requirements were met as far as adjusting the rental. And most importantly, and saying it one more time to make it clear, I still have not gotten from the Department of Real Estate any information showing that they actually paid the rent or a copy of the actual lease held by the Department of Real Estate.
Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Seeing none, respondent.
Mr. Updike?
Good evening, John Updike, Director of Real Estate. So with respect to the issue of providing a complete response, given we had knowledge that the fully executed lease document was provided to the complainant by the library with common emails to that effect, our response subsequent to that delivery was everything else in the lease file. We did not see a reason to provide yet another copy of exactly the same fully executed document. A fully executed document is a fully executed document. They have a copy of it. We felt that was certainly sufficient. And in the abundance of caution, we provided the entire file without redaction other than the lease itself because, as we stated, you've received the lease, which I really think, given real estate said you received the lease, that's confirmation the lease you received was the lease and that there wasn't some other lease. There is just one document fully executed by the parties. With respect to the issue of was the file complete, yes, the file was complete. The nature of a lack of information from the Friends of the Library, and whether it's a lack of information or simply the Friends declined to take advantage of rent abatement, that's up to the Friends of the Library. Our files were complete. Our diligence was complete. The request did not ask for a listing of payments made at no time. So we did not feel we were asked for that information. That's in a separate source of data in the financial system, and therefore real estate did not provide that information. It wasn't requested. We provided everything we had in the lease file.
Okay. Thank you. Any persons or witnesses providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members? Okay, rebuttals? All right, so nobody has any questions. Let's move to rebuttals. Mr. Updike, do you have any rebuttal? Mr. Hartz.
If you might read my actual request, I don't know what page of the manual it is, but it's the third page in your packet for this item. Mr. Eipdike, this IDR is for copies of documents detailing any lease or other agreement for facility use granted by the San Francisco Public Library to the Friends and Foundation. All such documents, this would include any planned usage and or occupancy of any SFPL facility or location by the Friends now or in the future. All such documents should include public records which cover the financial arrangements that the Friends are responsible for in using the facilities. This would include, but is not limited to, power and other utility services, custodial services, staff time needed to supervise the use of the facility, and any other costs which the San Francisco Public Library incurs to facilitate the fundraising and or other operations of the Friends. Now, I don't know how much more clear I could be. I wanted to know what are the arrangements that the Friends and the library have for their use of the facilities. And as I said before, I have still not gotten a copy of the lease, despite what he is saying. The law requires any custodian of record, if requested, to provide a copy that they have. He can't simply just decide that, well, he got a copy from the library, so I don't have to show him what I have. And as far as the when we were in the complaint committee and heard this, they also committed to providing me with the listing of the rent payments. If I'm talking about a financial arrangement, how could you say that the payment history is not part of that? If there's a lease and the lease is under certain terms and you're supposed to pay a certain amount, the record as whether you met the terms of the lease and actually made the payments is certainly something that I would consider as a business person included. And I see no indication that they ever renewed this lease. They had a 5-year lease with 2 renewals of 5 years each, and the second lease was never renewed because neither the library nor the Department of Real Estate have provided any information to show anything beyond, I think there was one page where it said the Friends want to renew the lease. But we also had evidence that I showed you during my presentation where it said the communication of Mr. Lombardi of the library that the rent was going from $774 a month to $975 a month. Where's that document? Where is there anything to show that the library actually facilitated the renewal of the lease on that first occasion? What you will see is a whole bunch of other documents which, when the second renewal came up, they went back and produced because I was raising at that time the issue that the first lease was never handled properly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Updike, I have a question. So in the complaint committee, I had made a request to explain why certain records were contained on the library side but not on the real estate side that should be actually in your file. Can you explain why those are missing? The ones that Mr. Hartz is referring to?
What records are allegedly missing from our file that were requested?
I believe the lease itself. Is the lease included in your file?
Of course the lease is in our file. Again.
And the renewals?
Renewal document, this lease is written in a way that allows the tenant to effect a renewal by simply providing notice to the city. The terms of a renewal are in the lease. There is no additional document other than a letter from the tenant saying, I desire to renew my lease. That is all that is required.
Were those statements from the lessee in your file? That they've complied?
The letters from the lessee are in the file as provided to the complainant, yes.
Okay. And what about the change in the rent?
That is also called for in the lease. Upon renewal, the rent changes pursuant to a schedule in the lease, which is why the renewal document does not have to address that.
The renewal document doesn't have to address, so it's expressed?
It's automatic.
It's just automatic?
It's automatic. Upon renewal, the rate is X. Upon re-renewal, the rate is Y.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Hartz, would you like to respond to
Yes. When we get to the next item on the agenda, the library's response to the same request, you will see that the Friends continued to pay $774 a month for 10 years. So basically, I had one document from the real estate department that said the renewal will be go from $774 to $975 a month, and yet the library has provided documents that show they just continued to pay $774 a month for the first lease and then the renewal. And I, as a business person, find it rather odd that there is nothing there to even say, nothing in this documentation to even say the library agreed to the tenant renewing the lease. It wasn't, it's sort of like, he's saying it's an automatic process where we signed the lease, and although it says you can request a renewal, nobody has to be involved in it. You request it, and it's a done deal. And the library doesn't have any input. The library commission doesn't have any input.
You're looking for a document of the request for renewal.
Well, there is one document later on that says the second time we request the renewal, but the first time it's just like there was nothing. It's like, okay, this renewal happened, but nobody took any notice of it, and the rent didn't change. And if the terms change, then the payments should have changed. And the payments according to the library, didn't change.
So if the response from the Department of Real Estate is that they don't have a document, doesn't exist for them, then how would you like us to proceed?
Well, I would like them to say that. There is nothing in our files to indicate this lease was ever renewed on the first option.
Okay, Mr. Updike, would you care to respond to that?
Yes. There is a letter of renewal from the Friends of the Library in the file provided to the complainant. So I guess my response is...
Is it in our packet?
I'm looking for the page number for you. I may have the documents from the last hearing, so the page numbers might be different. My page number says 26. So I don't know if the clerk can help us clarify that. It's a one-page document dated July 26, 2007, from the controller of the Friends of the Library to our office, the Director of Property. That simply says we'd like to exercise the option to renew the lease for the additional 5 years. That's all that's required under the lease.
So page 214, July 26th.
Great. Yes.
July 20. It's dated July 25th, 2007. To the Director of Property, Real Estate Division. Dear Sir and Madam, under the terms of the existing lease between Friends and Foundation of San Francisco Public Library tenant and the City and County of San Francisco landlord, dated December 11, 2002. We'd like to exercise the option to renew the lease for additional 5 years. Is that the document? Okay, Mr. Hartz.
Yes, it is.
Did you receive this document?
Yes, I received that document, but that's it. So I don't know about anybody of you. I've done leases before, and it isn't just I say I want to renew the lease, and that's the end of the story, especially when there is a rate increase involved. And if I exercise this option, then they should have, if they exercised the option, they should have paid the increased rate, and they didn't.
So I'm not clear as to what document is missing then, other than what they're saying is that a simple request for the renewal is all that was needed.
Well, if you read the entire lease, it says in there that at the time of renewal, the rent will be recalculated. And there's nothing in there to indicate anything was done to that. It wasn't addressed at all. It wasn't like...
So you're saying on the real estate side, there wasn't a response?
Right.
As per the rules of the lease?
Of the contract. The contract says on page 279 of your packet.
270 what?
279. Throughout the term beginning on the commencement date, tenants shall pay to the city the annual base rent specified in the basic lease agreement, provided that such sum shall be subject to escalation pursuant to Section 4.2, adjustments in base rent. The base rent shall be paid to the city in advance without prior demand and without any deduction except as provided. All sums, and it goes on to talk about the sums payable. And then on that on 281, you see the memo there saying to Roberto Lombardi, who is the director of the facilities management at the library, the very last sentence says, as a result, the rent would be adjusted from $774 to $975 per month, $24 a month. But
you're looking for a similar document in 2007?
No, I'm looking for the document. Anything that shows the Department of Real Estate processed this renewal in the way that this memo says it should have. In other words, at a minimum, they should have sent a notice to the Friends saying, okay, we're renewing the lease, but the terms are going from $774 a month to $975, 24 a month.
So you're saying there's no response from Mr. Lombardi or anybody else?
Anybody else.
Okay. And do you believe that the Department of Real Estate should have that document?
Right. I believe they should have it, and you know, okay. at the hearing, basically there was some statement made by the representative at that time that, well, there's an argument that could be made that the lease rent shouldn't have increased, but there's a document saying it was supposed to.
Okay, Mr. Updike, do you follow what's happening here? Was there any response from if the Friends are going to initiate a renewal as per the lease? Was there any response from your department to that effect in writing?
Not in the files, no.
Is it
the
unusual or regular that?
The rental increase is a CPI mathematical calculation pursuant to the lease. So
what's my question? My question was, do you usually or regularly respond to a lessee, a tenant, when it's time for renewal, like we've received your request for renewal. Here is the new lease with the new rent, or rent will not be in the conditions. Do you do that on a regular basis?
Again, there would be no restatement of conditions in a lease that has the terms and conditions of the renewal in the lease. So no, we would not provide that.
So no memorial.
With respect to the question you're asking, would we normally respond either a co-signature of a renewal request? That is fairly typical. Yes. In this case, that was not the case. I really can't speak to why we did what we did at that particular point in time 10 years ago.
Does Mr. Lombardi still work in your department?
Mr. Lombardi is an employee of the library.
Oh, library.
Yes, he's their facilities director.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think the occasion here is that the library took a very active role, as they should, since it's their facility that the Friends of the Library occupies. So there may have been a little more dependence on our department, on that department, to maintain the communications with the Friends of the Library. Mm-hmm. That is not unusual when it's a relationship between the jurisdiction of a building and the occupant of the building.
Is it regular that a department or an agency that is managing its facilities and its tenant would CC you? Because you're a Department of Real Estate, you should know what's going on, so you have a duplicate file?
I would love to be fully informed by all the departments that have control of the real estate, but no, that doesn't tend to happen.
All right, thank you.
But thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. Josh Wolf.
So the only violation that I see, aside from various stuff that is outside of our scope, is that I don't really understand, even if they knew that the lease was coming from the library, I still, under my read, they were required to provide it, even if it would be redundant. So that's the only violation I see, and I think that, can someone help me with what number that is? My computer's dead, so it's...
I believe that's 6721.
That's what I was guessing, but I appreciate the agreement.
And I know, down here is 6725 is also listed. This was an IDR from the committee hearing. Did they respond on time?
Still haven't responded.
Oh, so this is also on timeliness?
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Hartz, a quick question. You said they did respond, but they haven't responded fully, according to you.
Right. At the hearing, Chair Wolf asked them to send me the information about the payments and also to provide a copy of the lease. And he explained to the representative at that hearing that because I had made a request to both parties for their copy of the lease, that it should have been provided. So she committed to providing me a copy of the lease and also the payments. So and neither of those have been provided. Nothing additional other than what was originally provided to the request. So I'm still waiting for the full response.
Okay. So, Mr. Updike, can you respond to that? When requesters make a request of, independent departments, whether they may have gotten it from another department it's not consequential. The request is made by a custodian who may or may not have records of their own. Did you respond at all to Mr. Hartz with any documents?
I'm going to allow my assistant director who attended the hearing, I was not at the hearing, address what transpired there because I don't know.
Because as I recall from the hearing, that wasn't necessarily the case. So,
but if I can go back a moment to just make it very clear in our response, the complainant had already received the copy of the lease. And we stated in our response, you have received a copy of the lease.
From your department?
From the library.
But that's what's at dispute here, is that they didn't
and we
receive
have
it from
acknowledged
you.
that the receipt of that document is the lease.
No. If they made a request of you, whether you have knowledge or not, independently, then you need to provide it. Just because you may have some knowledge because you may have found out from some other custodian that document was already provided to the requester is inconsequential.
Even if we acknowledge the fact that the receipt of that document is the document?
If the copy that you have for some reason has a T dotted instead of crossed, it is the right of the public to have that document, to see if there are any discrepancies, or to corroborate any documents that multiple departments or multiple employees might have. That's how the Sunshine Ordinance is written. That's how the state law is written.
Well, I understand that. I guess my point is I'm trying to say that our acknowledgement of that document that the complainant received was the document in its entirety. And
I understand
as we have in our files, I, with all due respect, I would suggest that is being responsive to the question asked.
Well,
as to whether we subsequently indicated we would provide our release from the file, I would ask Ms. Gorham to address that.
Just for your own edification, that's not how the ordinance is operative. If you didn't have it at all, and you said, we don't have it, but the library does, that complies because under the same section that we're talking about, it requires a custodian to assist a requester as to where that document might be, okay? But the fact of the matter is that you should have a copy of this document. If you're saying you don't have a copy, that's one thing. If you do have a copy, you can't just say, verbatim or verbally to the requester, well, we have the same document they do. No, you have to provide it. That's a requirement. You provided all kinds of other documents. Why not provide, that one? Or fact of the matter, the entire file that you have on this to them? Because if they're investigating something, if they're a whistleblower or something like that, they have a right to see all the documents. Every document is public, no matter who has it,
Yes.
even if it's duplicative.
I fully understand your point.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got it. And Ms. Gorham, if you would like to respond, please.
To which question?
Lost my train of thought here.
What I said I would produce.
Right.
I don't think I said I would produce anything. I think I said we do have a rent roll. We do have financial documents in a file that is not the lease file, and that we keep those documents separate and distinct, and that we could come up with what in our documents that we have, what the library has paid and has not paid as much as we know. So there's a separate document, and we could produce those, and we do have those documents. I don't think I said I would produce them, although if I did.
Well, we have the ability to compel you to do that.
I'm not saying you don't have that ability.
Okay, so I don't understand why there's resistance not to provide.
I don't believe that there is any resistance.
Okay, so
you asked
why?
me what I did say, and I'm providing that.
Well, I had requested that you be prepared to present those documents today at the committee hearing.
And I believe I did convey that to the director.
And did you provide those documents?
I did not,
Why not?
because I was told to wait.
Who told you to wait?
The director.
Mr. Updike?
Yes.
And Mr. Updike, why did you tell her to wait?
Not sure that's exactly my recollection. We are happy to provide whatever documents are requested. So rent roll, reconciliation of rent roll, which has been subsequent discussion between our office and the library to determine the actual status of rent paid and rent owed, which, as it turns out, the Friends of the Library has overpaid, not underpaid. At least the city actually owes them money.
The context is
so
of no
we're happy to do that. My apologies for the miscommunication. Clearly, there was a miscommunication.
Okay.
We'll provide it.
All right.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Is there a motion? Somebody else make a motion.
I definitely move to find violation for 6721E, and I wish I could find more.
So I don't know whether this is a willful exactly, but it seems to me that there was a hearing, a pre-hearing before this, where it became more clarified what the documents Mr. Hartz was looking for, if that wasn't already readily apparent when he made the request. We wouldn't need to be here right now necessarily had that all transpired. Our testimony as to why that didn't transpire was a lieutenant saying that their supervisor told them to wait, and then the department chair saying that's not his recollection. But at the end of the day, I still don't really understand why Mr. Hartz hasn't received these documents that everyone acknowledges are public. Everyone acknowledges that he has a right to. There's just some weird arguments that they were not, that he already had one of the documents, and apparently some confusion between being able to create the documents versus providing them, which I was not at that hearing. So I'm just curious if anyone sees a willful violation there, or it's just a process that could have been streamlined.
Ms. Gorham?
If I could respond, I don't recall being ordered to or requested to. I recall being asked if they could be, and I said yes to that. And then the last hearing that we were sitting at, which didn't occur, there was some discussion between the library and us as to those documents, because we have to create them. There is a creating of documents. It's not just a document that we have somewhere that someone's writing things down on. It has to be created, and other documents have to be looked at.
So let me ask you.
But there can't be any willfulness here when we...
Well, let's hold off on the willfulness part, but because let's get down to the brass tacks of it. When at the committee hearing, there was no documents. It was clear there was no documents provided to Mr. Hartz from your department. I ask that you be prepared to explain the reason for excluding those documents for this meeting and describe what's maintained in a lease file and any other relevant issues. So I have not actually heard any of that, except that Mr. Hart still has not received any of these documents.
And I think it's been explained more than once that the rent roll and those financial documents regarding rent are not kept in the lease file. And we have produced the lease file, and that's what was requested of us because it went to use.
You didn't present the lease file. The library presented the lease file.
No, we presented the lease file.
Mr. Hart has a copy of the lease file?
Yes.
Without the lease.
Without the lease?
No, with the lease, because I believe there's an email that was sent that Mr. Updike reviewed to see that it was the same exact document that we would be producing.
But that's not providing it. That's just confirming that it exists, that the copy you have exists somewhere else. Mr. Hart's demanded or requested all the documents that were part of that file. Why was that?
Incorporation of an email that contains the document that you are saying is the document has got to be allowed.
The actual lease file? You actually had an attachment to that email? That was the actual lease file?
Oh, you didn't see it?
Member Canada?
Through the chair. The complainant did not only request the lease file. His IDR is fairly inclusive about all documents, financial and otherwise, regarding this agreement. So to sit here and say that we gave him the whole lease file when you didn't give him what he asked for. So I mean,
the response would be, we don't have those documents. We provided everything that we have for him, but we don't have them. If that was going to be a declaration of being, we don't have any responsive documents, okay, that kind of thing. Is that what you're prepared?
If I may, the request was for, the quote is financial arrangements in the IDR. Financial arrangements, in my humble opinion, would be the lease, because that dictates the terms of the lease, what people owe. If I were making the request and I wanted to see the rent roll and the payments made and the payments owed, we provided the payments owed, we didn't provide the payments made, and no one asked us for that information. We're not saying it's not available, we're just saying that's not what was requested. We are happy to, subsequently, hearing from this body today, me personally, I now understand what the respondent desires to get. We'll get him that trued up, reconciled rent roll and reconciliation of payments.
Okay.
But respectfully, that was not the request. That's my position. Your decision.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments?
We have a motion by Member Kanata of 67.21E.
This was the IDR. It was also an IDR. So there's a timeliness issue, I think. Right? Was there a timeliness issue on this one?
It would be for timeliness, or timely and complete.
Right. Okay. Timeliness and complete.
So then 6721E and 6725.
Right. Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by Member Kanata, second by Member Joshua Wolf. Is there any public comment? Let's go.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not connected to the case, and we're not particularly familiar with it, but I would like to thank the Chair and Member Kanata for their lovely comments, questions, and so on. I think they get right to the point. As far as hair splitting about could you present something, Could somebody move over, please? Could you turn the heat up a little bit, please? Could you have a break? Could you tell me what time it is? I don't think most people expect to hear, sure, I could tell you what time it is, and not find out what time it is, or not move over, or not say, no, we're not going to turn up the heat, or we will. As you've pointed out, the request was very broad, and I think it was clear in its broadness. And yes, it looked like they were trying to substitute a lease file for the much broader request. So I certainly would agree with what you're finding now. I think that 67.21 is, as far as I'm concerned, the Bible and needs to be repeated. And I'm not clear why 67.21 is not, 67.21A is not being included as part of the violation. Let me read it. Every person having custody of any public record of public information as defined hereinafter referred to as a custodian of a public record, close parens, shall, at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation, without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment, permit the public record or any segregable portion of a record to be inspected and examined by any person, and shall furnish one copy thereof upon payment of a reasonable copying charge not to exceed the lesser of the actual cost, or 10 cents a page. I think it's real clear. I'm a little unclear about why 67.21A, unless I misheard something, is not the linchpin or the key or even just included in the violations that you are finding. And I also want to thank again the chair for pointing out that the responsibility is to provide the documents, whether or not the person has gotten it from somebody else. How does the director of real estate even know what Mr. Hart's got from another agency? I have seen contracts with different signatures excluded, different dates, different amounts, slight variations or not so slight in different places, and that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I do appreciate the clarity with which the proceeding is working here, but I'm a little bit confused. I heard the gentleman from the Department of Real Estate acknowledge that you're correct, that the chair is correct in requesting the documents. I didn't hear the gentleman from the Department of Real Estate actually agree to provide his lease. Maybe I missed that. But this is all splitting hairs at this point. Thank you for your thoroughness.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any other questions or anything like that? There's agreement to provide the requester with the information. We'll refer this to compliance and amendments.
And I just want to clarify that the two documents is a copy of the lease held by the Department of Real Estate and a copy of the rent roll.
Right, I believe so. Is that right? Okay.
By the next meeting, by the next CIC meeting?
Yeah.
Most likely not the very next one.
Actually, it's actually supposed to be sooner because we're making we're compelling, so it's actually supposed to be 5 days. Go on.
I don't want to further open this thing up, but there was testimony that the rent roll is not actually a document, but a constructed entity of some sort. Are we concerned about that, or are we just happy that they've said they'll provide it and we're just going to move forward and not worry about that?
If they're willing to provide it, it's fine.
Great, wonderful.
That's what it sounded like to me. I'm getting a nod from Mr. Updike.
Wonderful.
Okay.
So what is the time frame is 5?
It's about the Sunshine Ordinance says 5 days. The custodian, it says it states it in the negative. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days. So The sentence before it says, upon determination of the record is public, task force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. So that's the way the law is written, okay? If there are any issues, please notify us, and please notify Mr. Hartz. I'm sure we can work out if it goes beyond a day or so, since we have agreement to provide it. We'll double check when the Compliance and Amendments Committee meets next. Either a kind of a memo that this has been completed to our administrator is fine. Then there doesn't have to be a hearing or anything like that. Okay? Does that all sound good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please call the roll.
On that motion, Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Tesfa, absent. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Seat 1 vacant. Member Eldon. Eldon, aye. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes. This matter is being referred to Compliance and Amendments Committee with the request to provide a copy of the lease and the rent roll.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your time. Yes, let's take a 12-minute break, 12-minute recess. We're in recess till 7:45.
We're back on the record.
Call me back to order.
Next on the agenda is item number 9, file number 17085, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Luis Herrera and the Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21E, 67.25, and 67.29A and C by failing to respond to immediate disclosure requests in a complete manner or failing to maintain required records.
Speaking of which, hello.
Okay.
All right, we're at number
9, 17085. This came through the complaint committee. Okay.
That wasn't my.
You want to go ahead?
Yes, this was heard by the Complaint Committee on August 22nd, 2017. Mr. Hart stated the department is either withholding records or failing to properly maintain records related to the rent payment from the Friends of the Public Library. Mrs. Hart has stated that he had not received documents regarding compliance with the lease for the Friends of the Public Library. The library has stated that they have provided the lease, and the library does not have any additional documents regarding alleged discrepancies in payment from the Friends of the Public Library.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz?
And I apologize. I have the copy that was of the packet that was used in the
complaint
committee, and so my page numbers are off. But if you go to the fourth page of the packet in this section, you'll see my actual immediate disclosure request. And I would like you to pay attention to the first line of that. City Librarian Luis Herrera, this request is specifically to your department, and a concurrent request to the Real Estate Division of Administrative Services is being submitted. Please do not forward this request to the Real Estate Division. In other words, I made it very clear to both to the previous matter and this matter that I wanted the records from both parties that they had. Now, the library did some things which I thought were rather kind of bizarre in this case. They produced the rent rolls, and they actually went through and produced it. What I was interested in was seeing any, what's the word, what begins with a C, that it happened at the same time?
Concurrent?
Concurrent. I wanted to see concurrent documents. In other words, there's a lease between the Friends and the library. Did the Friends keep the terms of the lease, and did the library make any effort to see that they were keeping the terms? And really, this is kind of the same argument we had on the last thing. Yes, they gave me the lease, but they gave nothing to show that there was any continuance of the lease at that first 5-year period. And just like the Real Estate Division is saying, well, the lease is the same. But if you look, on page 341, you see the lease payments they're putting down there, and it's $774, which is what we had in the previous statement. And then if you go back to 10, 11, 12, 13, they're all still $774. And we saw in the last matter that Mr. Lombardi was sent a notice from the Department of Real Estate saying the rent should go from $774 to $975.24, and yet they continue to just pay $774 a month. So what I'm seeing is this whole thing about we have this lease, but nobody's paying any attention to the terms of the lease. We're not paying any attention to whether the payments are being made. We're not paying any attention to what the amounts of the payments are. We have a lease renewal, but nobody has any documents to show that the lease was actually renewed. It's just a sort of the thing like Mr. Updike was trying to present, which is, oh, well, it's just kind of magic. It just happens. And I've been in business all my adult life, and I've never had a lease that just went on with absolutely no documentation to show that either side had done anything with that lease. So what I'm seeing here is basically for 10 years there was a lease, and the library, who was one party to the lease, made absolutely no effort to determine whether their tenant was following the lease. And what's worse is they were supposed to be paying more according to the Department of Real Estate, and they were allowed to just continue paying the same low amount. And so it's kind of ridiculous. And I see the chief financial officer back here, Ms. Sullivan. She's going to get up and she's going to say something. Basically, she's getting stuck with this because what happened before she took the position. And so for 5 years, the lease payments were, I guess, made. We don't have, we have these things where they went back and looked and produced documents, but we don't have anything to show that when the lease was renewed, that it actually was renewed. We don't show any notification to the Friends to say, according to the Department of Real Estate, the lease payment should go from $774 to $975.24 a month. And no indication from even the records they've produced that they actually did collect the higher amount. So I don't know about you, but if I'm in business and I have a lease with somebody, I expect them to follow the terms of the lease, and I expect that they will try to hold me to the terms of the lease, and to take the idea that this group has absolutely no oversight by the library. Did they pay their rent? We don't know. They could stay in the next 100 years and not pay a penny in rent as far as we're concerned, and we wouldn't raise the issue.
Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant petitioner? Seeing none, respondent.
Good evening, task force members. My name is Maureen Singleton. I am the Chief Financial Officer with the library. As we all know, the IDR was for copies of detailed payments by the Friends of the Library to the city for the bookstore lease at the main library at 100 Larkin. Mr. Hartz also asked for, reports submitted by the Friends and Foundation of the Library to SFPL and subsequent certification to the Real Estate Division of the Administrative Services. This would include the time period covered by the original lease, December 2002, to the subsequent lease renewals through today's date, which this was received in June of 2017. So on June 16th, we sent 2 initial responses to Mr. Hartz. The first one was data that we pulled from the city's financial system for fiscal years 15 and 16. The subsequent response later that day included a confirmation memo from the library to the real estate department that the Friends had met the threshold in the lease agreement that said if they provided in excess of $300,000 of contributions, the subsequent rent would be $1 per year rather than the monthly rate. Also, At that time, we provided a copy of a memo dated to the real estate department dated 6/16/2017, doing a retroactive confirmation for fiscal years 15 and 16 that threshold was once again met. In your packet, those can be found on pages 352, 355, and 356. After that, on July 19th, we submitted an additional response to Mr. Hartz, in which my accounting operations manager had gone back into the city's financial information and pulled data back from fiscal year 05 and then provided all the data up again, including fiscal 16 and 17. We also noted in that response that the rent checks per the lease agreement are actually sent to the Director of Property, which is the real estate department, and it doesn't come to the library. So we wouldn't have any specific original rent payment documents. Those would reside with the General Services Administration Accounting Group, which also covers the real estate division. We advised him in that letter response that that information would be available through them, and the length of time that they would retain that would depend on their record retention period. And I think that was it. As we talked about at committee, the deposits of the rent checks are paid by the General Services Administration, and the information that we pulled from the city's financial information was provided to Mr. Hartz in a summary form, but we did also offer to him on that July 19th response the opportunity to have the raw data should he want it. I'm available if you have any other questions.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members.
I have a question for Mr. Hartz.
Member Josh Wolf.
All right, Mr. Hartz, I hear you in terms of a lot of your complaint around. It seems like you've identified a problem that's outside the scope of the task force. In terms of the response, it looks to me like there is a response, and there's some discrepancy in records in how much it seems like they maybe should be paying based on what I'm hearing, but I'm not sure how that is within the jurisdiction of the task force. And I saw the violations of the sort of sister complaint with the real estate department. But if you can sort of explain how you see the violation within the scope of the Sunshine Law as opposed to these potential improprieties on the rental agreement itself.
Okay. I'm going to go back to one of the very first records requests I made of the library. There was a memorandum of understanding that existed between the public library and the Friends and Foundation. And in there it said that they, on an annual basis, would report how much money they raised. I put in a request for copies of the Friends reports to the library about how much money they raised each of the years. And I spent 2 years and 2 appeals to the city attorney's office, into the point where they found the city attorney's office was acting as counsel for, in violation for acting as counsel for a public entity trying to withhold public records. So basically what happened is at the end of 2 years, I finally got an acknowledgement from Luis Herrera, the city librarian, that said, we don't have those records. And that was what I really wanted them to admit. And then we're in the same circumstance here. We have a lease. The lease says the Friends are supposed to do something every year, and in turn, the library is supposed to certify to the Department of Real Estate that they had done that. And apparently for 10 years, nobody did. And I'm saying, if you have it, the reason I got the other document was because I got hold of that memorandum of understanding, and it said in the memorandum of understanding that they should do this. Now, if it's in there and they're doing what they're supposed to do by law, by the agreement, then they should have records of that. And instead of just simply saying, we didn't do it. For 10 years, we paid absolutely no attention to that lease, to the terms of the lease, whether it was being met, what the payments were, nothing. And that's really what I want, is I want them to acknowledge that for 10 years they had this arrangement with the Friends where the Friends could basically had to do nothing. They didn't have to comply with the lease. They didn't have to make the payments required by the Department of Real Estate, even though the library was notified. You saw in the previous item that they got notification that rent went from $774 to $975. They didn't enforce that. So basically, it's kind of like, okay, here's this group raising money in the name of the library, and we have absolutely no reporting requirements for them. We don't care where the money goes. We don't care what percentage of the money we get. And here's a lease between the two of us, and we're not going to follow the lease at all. They're not going to follow the lease at all. And there's no record to indicate that we made any attempt whatsoever to follow the lease. So I don't know about you, but in business, you keep copies of things. If I pay my rent, I keep a copy of the canceled check. So if my landlord comes back and said, I'm going to evict you because you didn't pay your rent, I can produce the check. And that's what I'm asking them to do. Produce the documents that would show that you complied and the Friends complied with this lease.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Will we move to rebuttal? Okay, respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Petitioner?
The bottom line is, in all the Sunshine complaints I've filed against the library, the person the complaint was against was Luis Herrera, the city librarian. The person who we took to the FPPC in Sacramento, and he was found to have lied on his statement of economic interest regarding this group and got $5,000 a year approximately in 3 specific years, and then filed under penalty of perjury a statement that he had received nothing from them. Now we have the same group who is raising money in the name of the foundation. You go right on the library's website, front and center, at the bottom of the screen, in the main page, it says support the library. And if you click on that, there's a link to the Friends. And so they basically steer the public to this group and encourage them to give money to this group. And yet when we look at documents like this, where they have a lease agreement with the Friends, they don't pay any attention to it. They don't make the Friends report. They don't send those reports that they're supposed to under the terms of the lease to the Department of Real Estate. The Department of Real Estate just keeps charging the same old rent, even though they send a memo to the library saying the rent should increase. So it's kind of like, why are they getting this special treatment? Why are they able to not meet the terms of the lease, not even make the appropriate lease payments according to the record, and we have nothing to show for it. In fact, the library can't even show that this lease was ever renewed the first time. The only documents you will see in your packet are documents that have been produced subsequent to my complaint, because when I brought this up, they realized, oh my God, we had this lease and we didn't do anything to follow it. And you saw the thing from the person in charge at the Department of Real Estate about the file being empty. There's nothing in here to indicate what the lease was or what the terms was. What do you want me to do? And I'm trying to determine why this group is getting this special treatment where they don't have to meet the terms of a lease, a legal document between the library and the group, and the library makes no effort to make them comply or to see if they're even complying.
Thank you. Thank you. Members?
Just amongst my fellow task force members, is there anything that we've read in the Sunshine Ordinance about the actual maintenance of appropriate records, or is that outside the scope of the
6729-6? I'm sorry. Well, dash 6 is sources of outside funding.
297.
Which would include donations coming from a third party, which would be the tenant. 6729.7 is records that should be maintained.
I think at the very least, that should be one we can consider.
So 6729.7C seems to be describing how the record should be, what record should be kept.
Right, so let's read that. In any contract, agreement, or permit between the city and any outside entity that authorizes that entity to demand any funds or fees from citizens, the city shall ensure that accurate records of each transaction are maintained in a professional, business-like manner and are available to the public as public records under the provisions of this ordinance.
However, then there's the second part that actually has a consequence attached to it, which we've never dealt with in any past case that
I'll read it. Failure of an entity to comply with these provisions shall be ground for terminating the contract or for imposing a financial penalty equal to 1/2 of the fees derived under the agreement or permit during the period of time when the failure was in effect. Failure of any department head under this provision shall be a violation of this ordinance. The paragraph shall apply to any agreement allowing an entity to tow or impound vehicles in the city, and shall apply to any agreement allowing an entity to collect any fee from any persons in any pretrial diversion program. Member Moss.
Yeah, I don't think C is appropriate here. I think C is specifically when you outsource fines or parking violations or things like that, because it's talking about an external entity or contractor that can fine somebody or demand money. I think that if we're going to look at 6729.7, it needs to be A.
When you have late library fines, they go to the library, not the Friends of the Library, right?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
I mean, although the library may, I don't know how the library works, but theoretically a library could contract with a debt collector, and that debt collector would potentially be the entity covered by C, but we're not.
Right, but we're not dealing with the debt collector here. So A looks good to me. I see A is stronger than C based on what you just pointed out.
I'm positing a question. If there's for sake of a better word, a behest for donation to the Friends of the Library by the city department, or if the Friends on their own has a fundraiser or, makes a request for any kind of fees like donations or anything like that. I don't know, does that apply here? Is that the way this particular paragraph reads? I'm asking this because let's be clear on what the interpretation is. Is it as Member Moss describes it to be? Like city tow can demand funds or fees from citizens? Or is the demand also in relation to a donation?
I don't think that a nonprofit has the ability to demand donations. I think that
it's a business. Nonprofit or not, it's a business. Depends upon what they're authorized to do.
I still think that them soliciting is different than demanding.
Okay. I just want for us to be clear, so we're all on the same page, okay? Unless there's some other interpretation of what that means. Before you you go and make a motion for that particular section. So I'm not inferring anything. I'm letting you guys talk about it, figure it out. And we have legal counsel here to help you out.
I would say I am still unclear, and if anybody else can help me with clarity on this, whether the issue is that the library had a record and didn't keep it, or whether they just did a really bad job in collecting money and generating records.
They are here.
I mean, has anybody else heard anything that's said so far that I've missed?
I haven't heard any evidence that they had a record and didn't keep it. What it sounds to me, and I'm still a little bit vague on here, and I was hoping this was actually out of our preview, but it looks like it's within it, is that the library had a contract with the Friends of the Library to lease office space that was supposed to go up after a certain point in time, and then rather than increase their rent, they just kept paying the same check, and nobody did anything.
Right, so that seems like something for the auditor, or an auditor, not.
But it does sound like Mr. Hartz's argument is that the reason that they didn't collect greater rent was that they weren't adequately maintaining their records, which does seem to intersect with 67297A.
Yeah. The question is if they're supposed to have those records, do the records exist? If they're supposed to keep, maintain, and preserve records in a certain manner, if so, do the records exist? If the records don't exist, some reason why they don't exist. And that's up to the respondent to answer, not the complainant. The complainant is seeking records that he or she's not sure whether they exist or not.
But
Vice Chair Hyland.
Regardless of what the respondent says, if we feel those records should be maintained, that we can rule that there's a violation.
You could.
And that seems to be where the consensus is.
I would urge you to have a little more discussion about that. But yeah, member Joshua.
Could the respondents please approach the microphone? All right. So I don't know. I'm sure you've been following what we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to reread section 67297A, and then I want you to say whether you feel that this is an appropriate, that you do qualify as violating that, or if not, what your defense is, so that we can sort of try to continue to move this ball forward. So 67297A. The mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance.
So I think that there are certain documents that we may not have, but then if you layer on it the records retention period, certain fiscal documents are only required to be kept for 5 fiscal years. So this time period of covering 2002 in his request up until recent time period would be outside of that 5-year fiscal period. As far as some of the other documents, I produced everything that I had in my files. I don't have certain documents from the real estate department, and I'm working on improving communication with them so that when they're communicating with the Friends, that the library is really getting a copy.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of questions, but the first question, since you said that the real estate isn't communicating with you, I forget the director of the real estate department.
Mm-hmm.
Part of his statement was that in a relationship like the Friends and the library, you guys deal with each other and real estate doesn't get information. So I'm confused with that. The other thing, and maybe 2002's out, but the lease was renewed again in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And the renewal specifies it should have gone up, and that didn't happen. But it also specifies in these documents that if they met a certain contribution amount, it would go to $1.
Right.
Wouldn't you have documentation on that and in your records?
Right, and we do have that for fiscal 14, 15, and 16, which is provided in this packet. And we've provided that to the real estate department. I personally in finance did not have a copy of the lease agreement until fiscal 14 when Claudine Venegas at Real Estate asked me, where's a letter certifying it? So as soon as I was alerted to that, I got a copy of the lease. I can't account for why my predecessors didn't have that information, but I got a copy of the lease, and we went through a process of certifying that the Friends provided contributions in excess of the $300,000 threshold that's denoted in the contract or in the lease agreement that the real estate department drafted and brought to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Do we do rebuttals?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we should put 6729.7 out there and see how we vote on it, at least for the record, since we've had...
Are you making a motion or just suggesting someone should?
I'm just suggesting that I think you were closer to the motion since you had the code and everything, so might not be a bad way to go. If you're prepared.
I'm not prepared to make that motion at this point in time.
Are you fully fully informed that all the records that were requested have been responsive and delivered?
I'm not convinced one way or the other, which is why I'm leaning on my colleagues to make a motion.
Well, I would urge you to ask some more questions to find out.
I can't wrap my head around it.
So I have one other question. Mr. Hartz, did the library ever come out and tell you they have no more responsive documents?
No, it was the same thing that I was using my example earlier when they had the MOU that said they were supposed to have a certification, a report from the Friends each year about how much money they raised. And it took me 2 years, literally, to get Mr. Herrera to write a letter saying, specifically, those documents that you requested, the reports from the Friends about how much money, we do not have any of those. And that's what Mr. Herrera still failed to do here, is you're asking for documents relating to this lease, you're asking about documents for the rent payments, you're asking about questions about how much they're paying, and instead of just coming out and saying, we don't have any of that. We didn't look at this lease until you brought this whole matter up, and the Friends have gotten this wonderful treatment. I don't know any other landlord in the world that just lets their tenant maybe pay the rent, maybe comply with the lease, maybe pay the right amount. I don't know, but they seem to be, with the Friends, content with that.
Go ahead.
So on page 338 of your packet, in the second to last paragraph, I do note, quote, also in my response dated June 16, 2017, I noted that we would continue to look for documentation for prior year certifications, but in my immediate files in the SFPL Finance Office, I do not see any confirmation memos from my predecessors. To me, I think that addresses that I don't have any other documents.
City librarian. That's who the request was to.
So are
The
you speaking for the city librarian?
The finance office is responsible for maintaining those fiscal files.
And you're speaking for the city librarian. He would say the same thing.
Yes.
The chair?
Go ahead.
Can we get you to write that on paper as the city library department and deliver it to Mr. Hart so that this is, I realize you're saying it on the record now, but just to clarify what Hartz is needing and to sort of smooth this out.
Basically an additional expansion on what I've already said.
Essentially a document that says we have turned over all records in our possession pursuant to Mr. Hartz's request.
Sure, I can draft another memo on that.
I would like the city librarian.
Well, it'll be signed by the city librarian's department, so
Well, wait a minute. The request was to the city librarian as a person, not as a department.
Okay.
The request wasn't made of the library, it was made of the librarian. Okay, librarian, the question is the librarian saying, I don't have any responsive?
I think that's a valid point, and I guess you can't necessarily at this point in time promise that the city librarian would sign such a document, but that's what I'm asking for at this point
I
in
can
time.
seek for him to sign that document.
Great.
But, again, as I'm the finance officer, these fiscal documents would reside within the finance office.
Right.
But
I think you can both sign it. That would be fine by Mr. Hartz, I
I
imagine.
would be happy to have it co-signed.
Great.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Can we just, without finding or not finding anything, send it to CAC and wait to see if this document is produced?
Sure, so we'll continue the item, and we'll refer it to CAC for compliance. And if CAC finds any abnormalities, or that it's fully complied, to report back to the task force, and we'll declare it at that point what the disposition should be.
Great.
So I believe the suggested motion is to refer the matter to the Compliance Amendments Committee with instructions to the Public Library to produce verification that all records have been provided. And upon verification that a document has been provided, the CAC can refer it back to the task force for possible final action on the matter.
Okay, great. If you can remember that and encapsulate it, can we move that, please?
That motion
Make a
is
motion.
made by Member Kanata.
Okay, who wants to second that?
I'll second that.
Hinsey.
Second by Member Hensey. Okay, public comment. Public comment?
No.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not a party to this and are not intimately familiar with this, but I was going to congratulate you to getting right up to the point of taking an action, especially on 67.29-7. It's come up previously, and I think it needs a little study session. But first of all, you heard from the chief financial officer that there's some magical 5-year time limit. Where does it say that? Second, they are telling you that they have a detailed list of the monthly payments that they have kept track of. $774 a month, it's peanuts, $8,514 a year. Should the friends be paying $12 a year at $1 a month, or $774, $8,514, or $200 a month more? That's $2,400. They're telling you they have the detailed records going back to 0405 with respect to the piddling amounts that the friends are paying per month, but they do not have the basis for the determination of the amount that's due. Is that really seriously keeping records in a professional and business-like manner? How do they know $774 and not $2,500 or $10,000 a month, or $12.50 a month, or $1? They're getting this, they're showing this has been kept, and they have nothing. The fundamental document, there's a lease, and there are renewals. And the renewals determine what the amount is to be paid per month. And they're supposed to certify it, and they haven't. So I think it's very questionable as to whether they are maintaining correspondence in a professional and business-like manner. And Fine, I'll read it again. The mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandums, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. We also heard the chief financial officer say she came in and there were no documents. She couldn't find the appropriate documents in 14. That's less than 5 years ago. Where is the backup for what was to be paid per month in the current period that she couldn't find? So I think there's a really serious issue with respect to maintaining in a businesslike and professional manner the records, and 6729-7 I think would be highly appropriate. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none. Members? Any last actions on this? No? Ready for a vote? Okay, call the roll.
On the motion, Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Tesfa absent. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Seat 1 vacant. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Tesfa absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Call next item.
Next on the agenda, item 10, file number 16117, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against City Librarian Luis Herrera and the Public Library for violating Administrative Code Section 67.29-6 by failing to maintain a written agreement with entities collecting and maintaining funds for the purpose of carrying out or assisting any city function to abide by the Sunshine Ordinance. This matter was previously heard by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. We refer to the Compliance and Amendments Committee to review the MOU. However, upon discussion, it was referred back up.
Yeah.
Member Kanata.
So here's the discrepancy. The agreement to comply basically certifies that they'll comply with 6729-6. That portion of the Sunshine Ordinance. When you look on page 365, when it was referred to compliance and amendments, that's how it's written. It said the task force referred the matter to Compliance and Amendments Committee to review the draft memorandum of understanding between the Public Library and the Friends of the Public Library to ensure that Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67-29-6 is addressed. However, at the CAC committee meeting, the committee felt, the reason we sent it back here is we felt that there was a misunderstanding and that the entire Sunshine Ordinance should apply, not just 67-29. So we want to bring it back here to get clarity on that. And Member Moss.
Member Moss.
Yeah, so I wanted to recommend that, this is not a rehearing or a reconsideration. I don't think the 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes is like the appropriate process here. I think there's something for us to sort out and we could hear from people, but I don't think it's the normal process because that would be like hearing it again. Right. I just to sort of reiterate what Member Kanata said, I think we just need to
Let me ask, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Are you going to recommend some action?
So, sort of. Okay. So I think just to restate the question is whether 67.296 requires a covered entity, so anybody who gives over $100 needs to comply with the whole ordinance or just that section of the ordinance. And so that's the question, and I think it's worth looking for us to take a second look at what the language says in 67.296.
Go ahead, Member Kanata.
I was just going to say, so 67.296, the sentence, when such funds are provided or managed by an entity and not an individual, that entity must agree in writing to abide by this ordinance. It doesn't say by this section of the ordinance. It says by this ordinance. So that's where the discussion.
Member Josh Wolf.
All right, I think I understand this. So you're saying that when we first heard this, we found a violation of 67.296. You're not questioning the Sunshine Ordinance, the Sunshine Task Force decision and finding that violation.
Correct.
Just hear me out. However, the way that the order of determination is written, it only binds your committee to look at 67.296, and you want to have the belt removed to look at the entire compliance of the Sunshine Ordinance, not just this one section. Is that correct?
I think that we were all a little confused when we actually looked at the order of determination, and that wasn't necessarily how we remembered the discussion going in the task force. But nevertheless, as Compliance and Amendments Committee, looking at whether they complied with the order versus whether they're complying with the law, it seemed like our order was making a precedent-making decision in that determination that probably warrants us discussing more. And if we ought to make sure that we're understanding that this order determination is deciding, is setting a precedent that we're only saying the 67.296 only applies to 67.296 and not the whole ordinance.
Okay, I asked a yes or no question, and I didn't get a no or a yes.
All right, sorry,
so-
I'm trying to. It's a complicated thing. I don't know that I'm necessarily asking. Can you phrase it again, and maybe I can.
All right.
answer
So
better?
the question is, right now, compliance and amendments is limited to ensuring that the Friends of the Library follows Section 67.296 of the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'm asking whether, I guess this is probably more a question for Mr. Kenyatta, but because he first approached this, is he asking for his committee to be able to look at compliance of the Sunshine Ordinance, inclusive of not only 67.296, but the Sunshine Ordinance as a whole?
And that's the answer to that is yes, and I think that's why it's brought back here, because I would like confirmation from the whole task force that this is the way it should be.
But that is the question at hand. We have, I have, okay.
That is the question.
Great, because I was lost for a while,
Okay,
and now
sorry,
I feel like
sorry.
I might be kind
Correct.
of finding my ground. Thanks.
Right.
I would like to note that the city attorney for the public library did provide advice on the matter, and it's in your packet today.
What page is that on?
Yeah, the version that was in our packet originally was missing pages, so I asked Victor to resend it.
The packet was corrected. I just brought extra copies as a precaution.
And what in the page in the packet?
I think it's approximately 373.
I'm sorry, I had a sudden nature call. Did anybody inquire with DC Ecola about this section yet? Okay.
No.
We just determined that we're looking at 69.296 and the whole ordinance as
Okay.
well. And now we're looking at
370, page 375, you're saying?
3, 5, and 7 following each other.
373. Luis Herrera. Okay, got it. So in the meantime, while everybody's reading, DC Ecola, with regards to this particular provision in 6729.6, with regards to abeyance to the ordinance, how do you, what's your interpretation of that?
I agree with the memo that was written by the advice council of my office for the library. I mean, if you interpret this to say that an outside entity has to comply with the entire Sunshine Ordinance by providing $100 or more to perform some city function to some other city department, it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. I mean, what would the purpose of having Section 12B then?
12L, you mean?
12L
Yeah.
of the admin code.
Well,
furthermore, it would almost be a deterrent to people to provide money to city agencies.
Well, wait a minute, because 12L is specifically for nonprofits. This doesn't describe what the entity is.
This is a nonprofit too, though.
I understand that, but the question is that this is all inclusive, including nonprofits. I agree.
Think about the policy implications of interpreting it that way too. Somebody gives $200. If I donate $200 to DPW to do cleanup work, now all of a sudden I could get IDRs. Come on.
Member Moss.
So there are a couple of issues, and I just want to raise is that in comparing our order of determination versus the minutes, I feel like there's saying two different things, and that's why I was confused, or we were confused a little bit when this came before the Compliance and Amendments Committee. The issue here to me seems to be that the ordinance is just written badly, and that if you look at the memo that was written on July 7th, which I believe was written the same day as it's dated the same day as the Compliance and Amendment Committee hearing. But there's lines in here that say things like, viewed in isolation, the term "this ordinance," which appears in the sentence in section 6729(6), imposing the agreement required, can mean only one thing: the Sunshine Ordinance. And then later it goes to the legislative history and the Ballot Simplification Committee's description that appeared on the ballot. And on the ballot it said groups that contribute money for the city's activities would have to comply with the ordinance. So a second time in the city attorney's memo, it says, okay, here's another thing that would indicate it was the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, despite all that, they say in their legal analysis, ignore that because this would be ridiculous. It would require anybody who gives over $101 to comply with all of these onerous public records things, which maybe is ridiculous, but that doesn't necessarily change that the ordinance says what it does. And maybe the problem here is that the ordinance needs to be fixed.
That's right, but the other thing is it hasn't been challenged either. So the question is are we going to interpret it a certain way? And then if we interpret it one way, how will it be challenged versus interpreting it in another way? And then the other question I have is with regards to this. You see, this memorandum, it's a memorandum. Right. It's not an official opinion. Okay? Yeah. So that's another factor here also.
I mean, just to respond to what you just said, I think that is an interesting question, that if we go with the literal interpretation, then maybe that results in one of the parties taking this to court and then a court sorting this out.
Right. Member Kanata and Member Joshua.
So both Member Moss and DCA Cola are talking about individuals, but 67.9 says when such funds are provided or managed by an entity. It specifically says not an individual. It's the entity that has to have requests for public data, not the individual who's contributing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But okay, Member Josh Wolf, and then I'll.
I was mostly just echoing what Kenyatta said before he said it, but I still think that it says must agree in writing to abide by this ordinance. The ordinance is not one section, one line of the law. It's the ordinance. And so basically the way I see it is that the city can't accept a gift from an entity that's not an individual over $100 without a written agreement that they will abide by the Sunshine Ordinance, and therefore once they've provided that written agreement, they are governed by the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, has the Friends of a Library provided a written agreement to abide by the ordinance?
Well,
they've just for the section. Their interpretation is that section says they only have to abide by that section.
Okay, one of the things that I think we're missing here is that the word for the purposes of this particular paragraph, the word entity is not described anywhere prior to it.
Well, it's described as not an individual.
Right.
I understand that, but then what is it a government entity? Is it a private entity, a public entity?
I think
what
it's
entity?
any organization of any sort that's not a single individual.
But you have to include everything in this section. So when you look at start at the beginning, it says no official or employee or agent of the city shall accept, allowed to be collected, so on and so forth, for the purposes of carrying out or assisting any city function unless the amount and source of all such funds is disclosed and made available on the website, blah, blah, blah. So official, employee, or agent of the city. Now, official is a person, is an individual. An employee is an individual. But an agent could be a business entity. It could be a consulting firm. It could be, a contractor. It could be whatever. But they have to have been declared an agent of the city. Okay? And I think that's what it means by an entity. Without any other description. I mean, otherwise entity becomes, kind of a general to everything, and you have to somehow include everything in this paragraph. It's a whole paragraph. It's not even separated by any subdivisions. So you have to take it wholly. You can't start picking apart individual parts of it.
But wouldn't the same argument pertain to the word agent? What's an agent? What's an entity?
Well, but the point is if an agent is not an individual, then it would be an entity.
And it would have to apply by the Sunshine Ordinance
Right.
if it was raising
The
money.
question is then, for this purpose, is the Friends and Foundation of Library, are they an agent?
Well, no, it says agent of the city.
Right, agent of the city, right. And I'm saying you can't, when it says that it's when such funds are provided or managed by an entity, that it somehow is descriptive of official, employee, or agent. If it's not if the agent isn't an individual, then it must be some kind of entity of some sort. D.C. Cole.
Through the chair, I think the word entity here is irrelevant. The word that you should be focusing on is ordinance, and I think the most reasonable explanation is that the drafters of the ordinance were sloppy. And it doesn't mean the ordinance, it means this provision of the ordinance.
Okay. So do you mean this particular this paragraph?
Yes.
That's how you're interpreting it. It's hard to know what the framers meant or the voters. Joshua.
Bible.
So, I mean, I agree with our legal representative that the language of this section of the ordinance is sloppy. However, I think that we're obligated to go with what the intent was, and I have no idea how to actually determine that intent at this junction.
Right. Member Canada.
And so then, to your argument, DCA Cola, my question would be, if I'm a supervisor and I outsource my staff, and that staff is collecting public records, nobody would be able to put in a public records request because they only have to provide by this section of the ordinance? I mean, I don't see how there's a difference. This is an organization that's acting on behalf of a city department. Why would they not have to provide public record if they're doing so on behalf of the city?
Any money, goods, or services related to that service, not.
I mean, let's use the example of City Tow. City Tow is an agent of the city to do a very specific purpose that the city doesn't want to do anymore. Okay? They're an agent of the city that accepts, collects money in excess of $100, they're an entity. Would they then be subject to the ordinance as this is written? I mean, it's to say
a towing company.
It doesn't matter what it is. It's not. It doesn't matter what they do. It's, are they an agent of the city? And if they are not an individual,
they're an
entity.
A tow truck company presumably would be an LLC incorporated in the state of California. That's an entity. And their business with the city is disclosable through the city contracts.
Right,
but sorry.
Go on.
But like this, the last sentence of this says the disclosure shall include the names of all individuals or organizations contributing such money, and a statement to end as to any financial interest the contributor has involving the city. So doesn't that mean that you could ask auto return for the list of all the people that paid to get their car out of Hawk?
I think there would be some exemptions there that would apply if that were the case.
This is so somewhat theoretical in a way. I'm having difficulty. Determining determining whether what the word entity. I know you're saying that you don't feel that the word ordinance is correct. That it should be this paragraph or this section. I hear you on that. That would make sense, but the word ordinance is there. And the question is whether that was sloppiness, it was a typo, or not. I mean, there have been corrections to the ordinance based on typos before. This didn't seem to make the grade. So I'm not quite sure at this point. One moment. Okay, let's get some public comment going, and then we can continue the discussion. Public comment on this item?
I consider public, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're party to this, so I think it would be open to it.
We saw in the previous example that the financial relationship between the Friends and Foundation and the library is completely without any fiduciary oversight. They don't know how much they raise. They don't know where the money goes. And I've presented the limited public records I've been able to get. In 2015, the Friends raised and expended $4 million. The library was authorized by an accept and expend grant by the Board of Supervisors to accept up to $410,000 in that same year. So the Friends spent $4 million. The library got $400,000, which is 10%. And now, for some reason, they desperately want the Friends and Foundation not to have to produce any records to the public that might expose the fact of where the other 90% of the money went. In 2015 alone, $3.6 million. Why are they so desperate to exempt them? And I'd ask you, what does the law say? Not what we think they meant, what they thought they meant, and all this other garbage. This is all hypothetical. As the chair pointed out, this is not a legal opinion. If the city attorney really thought there was a legal basis for saying the law does not apply to that, they are free to write an opinion that says that. Just like the 150-word summaries. They have had years to write a statement that said, under California law or under city law or whatever, 150-word summaries do not have to be in the minutes, and they haven't done so. And I would argue they haven't done so because there's no foundation to do so. And the same thing is here. It says, shall abide by this ordinance. And if this is a group that should be made to follow the ordinance, this is sure, then I don't know who the hell is. They've had more than $80 million passed through their hands since 2000. And the library in some years got as little as 6% of what they raised.
Yeah. Let me give the respondent an opportunity first, since you're not party to this.
Thank you, sir. The last time I was here on this issue was back in May. and I presented a draft MOU to the Education and Compliance Committee at that time. Since then, the Library Commission has reviewed and discussed a memorandum of understanding between the library and the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. That occurred at the August 19th Library Commission meeting. As of August 21st, I'm pleased to report that the MOU was finalized and executed with signatures from our city librarian and the executive director of the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. The library now also has a written agreement in place with the Friends for the purposes of assisting our mission as a city department. This written agreement cites that the Friends will comply with Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.29-6 with respect to the gift disclosure requirements regarding gifts exceeding $100. They are in compliance with that section now. That information is hyperlinked on our website and posted on the Friends and Foundation website. I would also point out that Article 2 of the MOU says it cites fiscal support of the library. Section C, acceptance of gifts, stipulates the library will adhere to the city's admin code with respect to acceptance of gifts. You've read the opinion from the city attorney on this matter. We rely on the guidance of the Office of the City Attorney. The Friends are a separate 501c3 nonprofit corporation, and our legal guidance is that the entire Sunshine Ordinance is not applicable to entities such as the Friends. I would just also point out, I've been a librarian for 25 years. I've worked for 4 urban library systems. Library support groups such as the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library are very common. They're instrumental in library advocacy and fundraising and development. Any library system that is doing well or serving their community well has an organization like the Friends. I'm speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Public Library, and I just, for the record, want to cite that we deeply value the relationship with the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. We are arguably the most well-supported public library system in the country, thanks to the progressive residents of the city and county. That being said, the level of support that we receive from the Friends allows us to enhance the level of service that we provide to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gorham, you're a party to this. Go for it, and then we'll allow.
Hi. I think I have a lot of information that might be able to help this conversation along. My name is Marie Sapella. I'm the Executive Director of Friends and Foundation of the Public Library. Nice to meet you. Been in the position for almost 2 years. And I hear the discourse and the description, and I just want to step back a moment and say that we serve the community. So I think the discussion around, a couple clarifying points, the discussion around agent is interesting. We don't see ourselves as an agent. We serve the community. And the fundraising and the grant, the fiscal, the cash award that we give to the library every year is one thing that we do. So when there's a discussion of where is the money spent, everything is summarized every single year in our annual report on our website. This is the brand new one. You can go see it. Yes, we have a budget of about $3.8 million. We do 4 different things. We have an advocacy program that has staff and volunteers. We have a volunteer program, and we have an extremely large book program, which we're now renaming the community literacy program. We take in 1 million donated books. We run bookstores. We do so half of the entire budget, it goes to those programs, which are community programs. Then the big one that gets the most attention, of course, is this one, because that is what our mission is, to support the library directly and the mission for literacy and the library's mission for literacy in this community. So there's the idea that there's some misspending is really quite absurd. And I would welcome you to read our annual report. Having said that, yeah, so I just want to make that clarification. So when you think of us as an agent, we are an independent community nonprofit. We do award and raise money directly for the library, but the idea, I think, is a little interesting to me, to be seen as somehow the agent of a department, even though, yes, the funds that we do gift are going to some resources and programmings that the city itself cannot provide. So that's just a clarification. I am very happy to have signed the MOU and gotten that finished. I'm glad that this discussion is happening, frankly, and I'm very appreciative of what is being explored here, because I think it is a little complicated, and that we do now have all of our donors up. We are refreshing and updating it every month in compliance with the section. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Warfield.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Whether or not the Friends is doing the wonderful job they would like to say they're doing or isn't, I don't think is relevant. I also don't think that it's up to you to decide whether this section of the ordinance is something that you think makes sense or doesn't make sense. I certainly take a very strong objection to your city attorney saying, well, it might discourage people from donating to a city agency. Well, that's if they have something to hide. So maybe there are questions about how far it would go in practice, but let's take the most fundamental and basic concept. Transparency with respect to campaign contributions. Where did the money come from? Campaign contributions are widely understood to be something that really needs to be tracked and really needs to be transparent and open to the public. If any individual here or I were to give $100 or more to the library, our name has to be posted on the website. But if I give $100 or $10,000 or $10 million to the Friends, with whatever restrictions I would like, they don't have to post my name at all. They just say the Friends gave X dollars, and that's what it has said for decades on the library's website. Friends of SFPL, $257,000, $99,000, $400,000, whatever. So if you were to throw this out as an example, and it does mention the disclosure shall include the names of all individuals or organizations contributing such money, you would be saying not only you're throwing what it says clearly here, but you'd be throwing out accountability. Where's the money coming from? The Friends of SFPL gave so many $100,000 and that's it. All the individual pieces, including some big interested pieces, would be hidden from view. I think you're really misreading this completely. I think this says that an employee or an official of the city who receives money, as in a donation from individuals or entities like the Friends, and if they are using the money to carry out any city function, then they have to have this agreement. If they're using other people's money, not city money, then they have to have an agreement with that entity. The entity has to agree to follow the Sunshine Ordinance. I see that plainly on page 365 in the Order of Determination, and it applies to the whole Sunshine, including the disclosure of, for example, donors. And I'd be happy to answer any more questions. It's the city official or city employee who is accepting the money, who has to require the agency whose use of the money he's directing to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. And if you don't like that, by all means say so. Advise the supervisors. But it's clear what this requires, and that is that they sign an agreement and abide by the Sunshine Ordinance. And I'd be glad to answer any questions. I've read this particular section, and I think it's clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, my sense of this is the first sentence is very clear, okay? Then that's functional, okay? I'm not comfortable with how the second sentence reads, because it's not so much the part about abiding by the ordinance. I'm not quite sure what the word entity means in relation to this particular section. Okay, even though I've explained it in certain kinds of way, I'm not confident of that meaning, because the word entity is not defined anywhere, and the ordinance has its own section on definitions, and I don't believe the word entity exists there either. So I'm a little tied with regards to that. Now, there is some section in the findings and purpose in section 67(1) at the beginning, G, which says private entities and individuals and employees and officials of the city and county of San Francisco have rights to privacy that must be respected. However, when a person or an entity is before a policy body or a passive meeting body, that person in public has the right to an open and public process. So there is some reference there. So I'll just leave it at that for the moment. I think Member Moss is first. Member Moss?
I mean, the reason this question has been sent back to the committee is because the Compliance and Amendments Committee is unsure when to close out this complaint and when to determine that the San Francisco Public Library is compliant. If this committee believes that this section only requires external entities, and because we already determined that the Friends of the Library is an entity under this, because we made that determination when we voted on this, when it came before committee. The question is, do we close it out because they have an agreement saying that they're in compliance with this particular section of the ordinance, or do we keep it open because they haven't signed an agreement that says that the Friends are going to abide by the whole ordinance?
Well, wait a second. Is the question with regards to compliance to the first sentence, or is the question about compliance with the second sentence? What are you bringing? What are you asking or bringing before
Well, we
us?
found them in violation. So the minutes and the order determination say two different things. They both say the only difference between them is whether it's referring to the ordinance or just the section of the ordinance. So the first sentence was not part of the issue.
So you're only focusing on the second sentence.
I'm not sure if it's the second or the third sentence.
The part that says abiding by the ordinance.
Yes, that's the
second
only section that we really want discussed, because that is what we had in the original vote before the committee had found them in violation of.
All right,
and that's what everybody's under this interpretation that we're only talking about that sentence.
Okay.
It's just whether it's the full ordinance or just that section.
Just want to be clear about that. Member Josh Wolf.
Yeah, I agree with everything Member Moss just said. All of this is around the language of ordinance. I understand how the way that it's written may have been short-sighted, but we have no reason whatsoever to not read this the way that it's written, and the word is ordinance. And therefore, I think that the agreement that the Friends have submitted only pertains to one line in this ordinance, and so this should maintain with compliance and amendments around the Friends being able to be held accountable to compliance with the ordinance.
Okay. You know what? In the interest of time, I think this is. To me, I'm undecided about this, and I'm a little concerned about what this term entity means, because it does exist in many shapes and forms throughout the ordinance. In 67(4), it says in B, to the extent not inconsistent with state or federal law, a policy body shall include in any contract with an entity that owns, operates, or manages any property in which the city has or will have an ownership interest, including a mortgage, and on which an entity performs government functions related, I mean, there's another example of entity. I mean, there are a number of these entries in here, and I'm a little concerned about what it's talking about, whether does the Friends fit? Is it a round peg for a round hole? Member Josh Wolf.
I don't think that that's actually the debate that's in front of us, because whether they qualify as an entity or not doesn't seem to be contested by either party. Member Kenyatta, can you hand me
But you just got through Member Moss just said that what he's applying this question to is the second sentence of 6729.
But it's one. It's the two words. It's this ordinance, or is what's in dispute. I think Member Wolf is right. There's no one disputing that the Friends of the Public Library is an entity.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that the Friends of the Public Library believe that this law applies to them. They've complied with saying they will follow Section 6729(6). So they aren't saying that they are excluded from Section 6729(6). The question is whether 6729(6) is exclusive of following 6729(6) or inclusive of the entire ordinance.
Well, the question. See, I have a different answer. If they are not an entity that's being described for 6729(6), then they have no business agreeing to a right to write something, to abide by the ordinance. It doesn't matter what they did or not. The question is whether it was appropriate. If they can determine themselves to be an entity, anybody can determine that they're an entity all they want. Legally, under what the law says, are they in fact that entity? And I am not sure.
What would that? Pick any word. They are acting on behalf of a city. They are raising money on behalf of a city department.
But it doesn't describe entity is not described in this section. It says when funds are provided or managed by an entity. What is the entity? Is it a government entity? Is it an entity that is managing real estate? I don't know what it means, and that's what I'm having a tough time.
I understand that, but when I read it, entity is essentially described as not individual. The way the sentence is constructed, individual is the carved out exception from the sentence. So anything that's not an individual is an entity, is my read of that language.
So just two things. So one is that, again, the ballot did say groups, so we used another word, groups. But I think that if we're following Member Wolf's question, I think
which member?
Sorry, Chair Wolf's
okay.
Chair Wolf's thing. Then I think that is a issue for reconsideration, not an issue for us just clarifying this. Because if you're saying that maybe we made a mistake overall in ordering the determination that inherently decided that they were an entity. And if you're saying we're going to undo that, then we actually need to have a reconsideration.
I am not necessarily suggesting it. I'm just saying make sure we have the right interpretation of this so that it can be applied properly, because come December, you might have another. And you might have another and another one coming. And if we don't have a agreed understanding of what this means, then we will be here for doing this again over and over. I mean, that's the whole thing about this body is because law is not all black and white. It isn't all what it says part and parcel on the paper. There are interpretations. That's why there are courts. That's why you have parties that are fighting against stuff. So I would say that it's important for us as a quasi-judicial body to make sure that we get it right. Okay? I think it's really important. This does put a particular imposition on a particular entity, and the question is whether that's correct or not. I'm sorry to be on the fence about it, but I want to make sure that we're right. And if we're right, then okay, they signed the document, it's valid, okay? If we're not right, then let's make sure we're reading this correctly. Member Josh Wolf.
So fortunately, this law is only 18 years old, unlike most of the laws that we deal with in this world, which means that probably some of the people involved with writing it are alive and contactable. Does it make sense to have some sort of a study session item in a future meeting where I don't know, Rick Nee was probably involved in the writing of this thing, I don't know who else, but we basically gather as many people that have the original intent still preserved in their brains, and we use what they have to say to guide us in this process.
Okay.
I don't think that's like
what we shouldn't have.
Pretty qualitative way.
Well, you invite other experts in too. You can bring in the
own perceptions of the past change over time.
Well,
like, that's not humans don't remember like their original.
Do you have a better path to finding the truth?
I mean, I would say you can bring in other folks that are interested in these things, like the First Amendment Coalition and other experts on open government rules that are in court all the time nationally.
Don't we need to bring experts from the other side too? Like
EFF has experts in there.
I would be highly skeptical they would be interested in this.
Anti-First Amendment?
Like the lawyer from...
So not to belabor this anymore because it's after 9 o'clock and I think people should go home. We have some other business to do. I would also, some of this is also repeated in the next section, 6729(7)(c). In any contract, agreement, or permit between the city and any outside entity that authorizes that entity to demand any funds or fees from citizens, blah, blah, blah. It's another variation on the theme, but it still includes entity. So again, I am with Member Josh Wolf. I'd like to continue this item. I'd like it to be a discussion in a committee somewhere where we can invite some experts, invite the city attorney, that focuses on this section, and to provide us with some advice so we can make some clear decision on it.
It's a shame we had all those people in the room about 2 sessions ago.
I mean, but it's like the city attorney memo that we have already refers to the San Francisco Public Library as an entity. I just don't understand why we're belaboring the entity point when when Chair Wolf, you're the only person who's raising questions about it.
If you're convinced, and you're convincing me, that's a good point.
Yeah, I just don't want to send this back to committee when committee sent it here to get decided, because we're just going to end up going in circles because the committee's not going to be able to solve it either.
Then let's move this or not. Member Josh Wolf.
If we want to have a study session on this particular issue, it really fundamentally changes the way the Sunshine Ordinance acts, and I think that study session should not. I guess if you want to make it EOTC, we can have it in my committee, but I really think that it should be through the whole task force to look at this, because when we get summaries from these experts, paraphrased from compliance and amendments, I think there's a potential breakdown, and this really does fundamentally change the way that the way the Sunshine Ordinance is applied across the city.
Either are we going to move this item today and take action on it or not?
I would like to make a motion that we have a study session with the full task force on this issue in the future.
So we want a committee of the whole?
Yes.
Okay.
No one can second it. It can die. That's fine too.
And will that be the end of that on this item? I mean, your compliance and amendments brought this forward. What was your intention for
Our
us?
intention was to have this full committee determine if ordinance meant the Sunshine Ordinance or 67.
There was no other action. There was no other action to be taken.
Well, the action to be taken is the library was asked to produce a document with the Friends, a memorandum of understanding, and the way it was worded was that they would apply with 6729-6. We thought that that we thought there was confusion on how it was written, what was to be produced, and we thought that ordinance meant the entire Sunshine Ordinance, not just this one section. So my purpose of this was to have the full task force make a determination, and if the determination was that ordinance meant the full Sunshine Ordinance, then we request that the memo of understanding state that.
Okay, so I hear you. So you want action to be taken on the determination of whether this is regarding the whole ordinance or whether it regards that one
Correct, and
particular
that
section.
action could be
Fine.
after a study meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Okay. So let's formalize that. Okay. Somebody move for.
I made a motion. It hasn't had a second, but
who's going to second it?
Can you restate it, please?
My motion is for us to schedule a study session on this particular issue, specifically whether 6729.6 applies only to 6729.6 or the entire ordinance, by having experts appear in front of the full task force to better educate both the task force and compliance amendments on how to proceed further.
Can we clarify that because I just want to make sure that we're talking about the question is whether the word ordinance refers to the full ordinance or the section.
Okay, my motion is as follows: a study session with whatever appropriate experts before the full task force to determine whether the word ordinance in 6729.6 refers to the complete ordinance or section 6729.6 exclusively.
I will second that.
Okay. Can we clarify experts? Who are you leaving that up to?
To be determined. List of invitees.
No. Because we have to invite these people in advance.
Okay, was Rick Nee involved in the drafting of the original Sunshine Ordinance?
If you want to try and gather the framers, we can try to track down as many of them.
I would like to track down as many framers as
Okay,
possible.
is there
I don't
anyone
care
else?
about other
Or
experts?
How about the group, I don't remember the name, who's working on rewriting?
With
which
Washburn and
includes
So that consists of almost all the chairs of the previous.
There you go.
Okay, so the chairs of the previous task force. Okay, who else? Do you want some legal? You could bring the First Amendment. Bring Dave Snyder in from the First Amendment Coalition. Okay. Anyone else?
To be fair, how about the city attorney who wrote his...
Mr. Rusty.
Sure. Okay. Is anybody else? Epic. Is Epic still active?
This is... the likelihood of
it doesn't matter. The question is
Epic is still an entity, but keeping in mind that these entities tend to work on national FOIA cases around national security and privacy, I think that maybe SPJ NorCal might be interested. I don't know. I just don't know that this is so minuscule and so specific to San Francisco that they're not going to have an expert who can review it. I'm just saying.
Okay, I appreciate that, but the question is we're looking for a group of experts. Okay, if these are the people that are experts, they're experts in interpreting the open government or public disclosure laws.
That's you.
No, I'm not a lawyer.
I'm
a public community member on a quasi-judicial body. I have no.
You could try Calaware. Maybe Calaware would be
Calaware.
interested,
Fine.
but remember, this is not. These entities tend to be focused on broader laws, not just a municipal ordinance. There's not very many experts in the municipal ordinance other than the people here.
FACT does municipal.
We should probably also
They did Smith versus San Jose.
Right, but they did CPRA. They didn't do the San Jose city ordinance for public records. They may have an interest here, they may not, but I think that if we start looking at national organizations that are working on FOIA cases, I think we're just spinning our wheels.
They could say no.
I think we should also invite the lawyer for the Friends of the Library, because they're they're the most impacted party in this particular case, and will have the countervailing argument to it being an ordinance.
It's reasonable.
All right, you have a list? Did you take that list?
Yes, I did gather the list, and I'd be happy to take additional recommendations in the future.
And can we just add to that with the intent of this body making a decision on this issue?
Right.
Was in the language of my motion.
Yeah. No, the intent of the study session is to provide us with enough information to be able to determine that. Sure, absolutely.
That was a very
shall we find a retired judge?
Oh, yeah, let's get that guy who yelled at us.
No. We can find, there are other retired judges out there. But it might be helpful to get an idea of how a judge might think about such things. I mean, you read the city attorney's letter, he, basically assumes how a judge is going to think about this. I don't know, I can take that wholesale.
Any area law professors who think about this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Who are not come in front of this
Who are not from the Ethics Commission, yes. Sure, we can track somebody like that down. Okay, great. I'll track down some of the other folks, whether it's a constitutional law professor or a retired judge. Okay, great. Okay. Public comment on this action item?
Am I public?
Yes, you can. For this purpose, yes.
Okay. I'm fine with continuing it and getting whatever input you want. I have no problem with that. But basically, I'd like to consider one thing. The Friends have not denied their responsibility to abide by the Sunshine Ordinance in part. In fact, they've signed an agreement to it. So why are they saying, I'm going to agree with this part of the ordinance, when that part of the ordinance is what says you'll abide by the ordinance? It doesn't say in there, you will abide only by this section of the ordinance, and their agreement doesn't say we will only abide by this section of the ordinance. It says we will abide by 67.26. They've already agreed to that. They've not argued it otherwise. And that section says we'll abide by the ordinance. So, if you say, well, let's bring their lawyer in, I would assume their lawyer already looked at this. And the city attorney's argument is basically giving the library what they want. They do not want the Friends to be transparent. They do not want anybody to be able to ask them questions. And here's the real crux of the problem. The library doesn't ask any questions of them. They don't ask anything about how much money is raised or whatever. The Board of Supervisors in 2015 passed an accept and expend ordinance that said that the library could accept in total $410,200. Now, if the Friends is saying that we give them other things in other ways, then they're violating the agreement that the Board of Supervisors authorized. And basically, they are just fighting tooth and nail, both the Friends and the library. And I've said this to the Library Commission dozens of times. If you can get the Friends to come in here and show that I'm wrong, that only 10% of what is put out to the public as going to support the library actually goes to the library, then prove me wrong. Wouldn't you think that they'd want to do it just to show Ray Hartz that he's just full of it? But they don't. They just come in and continue to say, we have a wonderful agreement. We have a wonderful arrangement. Yes, I would think if I had a $185,000 a year job raising money for the library, I would think it was a wonderful agreement too. And basically what the money is they direct on a city website, they direct citizens, you and anybody else that goes to that website, if you want to support the library, give money to this entity, and then they want to block any access for the public who might want to know where their money is going. If I give $10,000, where does that money actually go? Well, the best I can figure from all the records I've been able to find is that 10% of it will go to the library, and the other 90%, God knows.
There's actually one thing I do agree with Ray Hartz on. We would like to receive more money from the Friends and Foundation at the San Francisco Public Library. But I would just like to point out there's other purposes as articulated by the Executive Director of the Friends and Foundation of the San Francisco Public Library. They also serve as a fiscal agent. We're able to vie for grant funds that a public sector government institution would not otherwise be able to vie for. We've been very successful most recently in securing a grant from Google that facilitated a very successful Digital Inclusion Week, the inaugural back in May. We won a national award for that program, which was all about digital literacy programs for residents. The Friends also facilitate step book sales out in front of the main library. They're activating our space, and they're providing a service. People enjoy being able to buy cheap used books at the library. It enhances the experience. So it's not just as cut and dry as how much the bottom line figure is that we get every year from the Friends. I just want to point out, you're talking about bringing in legal experts. You heard from your own city attorney this evening, his opinion, which basically backed up the earlier opinion that you have. But thank you for your time. I appreciate all your hard work on this issue. It's very complicated. Thank you.
Thank you. We like to wring our wrists. Okay, any other comment? Any public comment? Any other comments on this item? Can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objection.
That motion passes with seat 1 being vacant and Member Copra and Tesfa being absent.
Okay. Thank you. Go on.
Go ahead. Sorry. I just like to state we only have about a half hour left in this room before things start shutting down on us.
Okay. We can get through it. Some stuff we can skip.
Next on the agenda is item number 11, file number 17103, review and possible amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance bylaws and complaint procedures.
Okay. Member Moss.
So this is a quite an intense discussion topic as well. So I would offer that I could move to continue this. These are a lot of things we discussed it at length in rules. A lot of changes to process and the rules for various things, ranging from like rule of reason to the complaint process. I believe quite a bunch of things like this. These are large discussion items, I would say, that I don't know that we can get through in a half hour.
Yeah, I don't want to rush it either.
Yeah.
Second that motion.
Well, I didn't actually make it. I was saying I could make that motion. Should I make that motion?
Here's the problem. We do have a backlog. We are asking for a possible extra meeting, a special meeting this year to deal with that backlog. How much time do you think this discussion would take? Because otherwise, we may not be able to get to it till next year.
I can say that the discussion at the actual rules committee took about
It was like 3 hours.
about an hour.
Oh, no, we were here for 3 full hours.
To go through the whole, we would have been, it was long. And I would have.
Well, the question is, have you come to any conclusions? Is anything part of this agenda item, have you come to any conclusions that would rise to making a motion? If not, then okay, let's continue it, and we'll have to take one item at a time in each meeting.
Yeah, I think that, and the committee members that were there with me, Member Washington and Fisher, can weigh in on this. I think that might be the way to go, because it's going to be a fairly intensive discussion. I mean, I wouldn't call what we came up with to be we came up with recommendations, but there may be some discussion involved now that we have the full task force.
Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I think that this is probably going to end up using up the last of our time if we have the full conversation. But I did notice that in Section 10, it's saying that we're using the same procedures for both the full task force complaints and the complaint committee. And in the past, it's been sort of back and forth on whether or not they get a rebuttal. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't want to discuss it, but I just point that out to whatever extent we move forward.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Most recently, and that would be a topic of discussion, but I think that's a fairly easy fix with a revision of the bylaws. The question would be, at that point, would become, do you want to remain the way it is, or do you want it to be as we have been doing it?
I'm confused even how we're supposed to be doing it right now.
Okay. So that demands a longer discussion. All right. All right. What can you at least identify what issues, your topic areas that you've been discussing?
I mean, I'll defer to Member Hinsey if she wants to take a shot. Otherwise, I can.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So I think that, based on what I'm looking at, I think it's rules of reason, the process for reconsideration, complaints for the process for complaints for parties who are unable to attend in person. We discussed the process for complaints against departments initiated by members of the task force. Let's see. You were here for some of this, Member Wolf, I believe.
If memory serves, I think you covered it. I think that's pretty much it.
So other things we just sort of discussed, I'm sort of looking through the notes, was in-camera review of unredacted documents, things like that.
Yeah, I think those were the main 5 or whatever that Member Mosh just
Perhaps I can suggest we can hit one or two of these items and can spend maybe 10 minutes on this and then prior to moving on.
Okay. I mean, I think at this point, if you feel each one of these items is going to be massive discussion, then I would say we tackle one at a time at each meeting.
Okay. And maybe we can just add the discussion of the issue of complaint procedures at the task force versus committee as a discussion item.
Yes. Well, it'll end up one way, or it'll either end up needing a bylaws revision or not. So I wouldn't make it a discussion item. I would make it an action item because we have some rules about bylaws revisions and posting and things like that. It's a process unto itself.
Okay.
Which would probably take over the course, depending upon when that meeting is, it could take a whole nother month or two before we even get to a vote. So I would just say if any of these are going to lead to bylaws changes, you're going to have to schedule the meeting at a time where there's at least 10 days advance notice for posting the revision proposal. Okay, so let's think about it in that way. All right, so let's postpone this to the next meeting or continue it to the next meeting. Which item would you want to discuss first?
Can I make one more little note for the record, which is that, and this will come up in a future case, but right now under page 582B, where we have section 2, what to include in the complaint, the second paragraph, right now, it describes the department and then any individual working with the agency, but the issue of whether the complaint is against a person or the department could be clarified.
Okay.
Maybe that was too vague, but.
Well, the complaint procedure is it starts with the bylaws. The complaint procedure is meant to be more like policy level where it can be easily adjusted as needed if there's, at any meeting. Bylaws cannot be.
Sure, but all I was pointing out was that it should probably say, it should specify if they want to make a complaint against the person rather than naming the individual working at the agency.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. So you're looking as if it was a title.
I'm looking at how this complaint procedure intersects with the case that EOTC dealt with that you and I have talked about.
Okay. Well, it does say in the subnote there, we need to know the actual person involved in the alleged violation unless we list the department head.
I do see that. I just feel that it could be written clearer is what I was saying.
You want to suggest some language?
I can do that.
Okay. That's fine. That's something, if it's just re-clarifying what this means, that's not a heavy lift. I'm not too concerned about that. All right. So think about which, do you want to pick one? The one do you have high priority out of the Rules Committee? Is there any one that rises above the other one that we should agendize for the next meeting? Is there anything will stop us cold in the next meeting or will enhance the process?
I would suggest reconsideration procedures as that's becoming more of an issue for us.
Do we have any that are in the pipeline?
They have some minor suggestions.
No. Do we have any reconsiderations that have been requested?
Not anytime soon,
Okay.
but I've had.
We had some recently.
No, but I'm saying
some indications, but I have not received.
Okay,
any.
if there isn't any that would be scheduled in the next 3 meetings, then that's not high priority.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other ones that are higher priority?
I would just suggest the hearing procedures as part of the bylaw changes, if that's
okay. Okay, that's good.
And then the one in terms of for persons unable to attend, I believe I did agree to put that language into the hearing notices.
Right.
So that one I can address on my own.
Okay.
I know that you agreed to put something about ADA accommodations in the hearing notice.
That would be part of it, yes.
Okay.
And then if they need special accommodations, just call me and I will try to help you out.
That goes with the notice. Okay. That works.
Okay, so the hearing procedure we'll do at the next meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
I will not be advertising this as a 10-day change, or would you like me to do that?
I don't.
We don't have a suggestion yet, so.
Well, are we 10 days from? Yes, we are. So.
I would assume.
What's the procedure? Jeez.
I will look it up, but and discuss it with the chair.
Okay. Thanks. All right, because I want to move through the rest of this, as much of the rest of the agenda as we can before we get booted out of here. Yeah, public comment.
I'm sorry, Member Kanata's gone, but for those of you who might have such a device, hold on to your pacemakers. I'm going to leave you alone for the rest of the evening. I've had much more than my fair share of your time and energy, but I wanted to thank you sincerely for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, all right, so we'll do that one item for the next meeting. And
Yes.
Okay, and we'll figure out whether we should do it as an official bylaws.
Yes.
Change, may just do that. Okay, the next item.
That matter is continued without objection.
The matter's without objection, okay.
Next is item 12, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Annual Report.
Okay, so I'm purposely kind of holding off on this because I'm holding out to see if we can fill some of these seats so that we can say that we've filled the seats. But also, I was actually hoping that the Data SF presentation today was going to be, hey, we've got a platform for your orders of determination, and it didn't turn out to be what that was. So I do want to wait another month before I make the to finish off the annual report to try and see if we can solidify that. I have been approached by a couple of the database residents, programmers and residents, and talked to them about some of this stuff, and they think that maybe what they're working on in other departments might be applicable. So I want to see if we might be able to get that. And I would, Victor, I would appreciate if you can look into what they're proposing for the public-facing portal, whether that actually could be repurposed in a way for showing where a complaint is in process, which I think would be helpful for everyone, but also if there's the ability to store and do searches, what the capabilities are for that. I'd just appreciate it if we can take a look at that. All right, let's move to the next item. Any discussion on that?
Can you, Victor, would you mind resending the annual report? I have to look at my section.
Yes.
Any other discussion on that? No public is no public comment for public. No public for public comment. Okay.
No action is taken on that
No
matter.
action.
Item 13, report from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees.
Any reports from committees that are outside of complaints? Okay, seeing none. Let's move to the next item.
There are no actions on item 13.
And no public.
And no public. Item 14, file number 17105, hearing to review legislation and policy at the federal, state, and local levels, as well as other jurisdictions related to the Sunshine Ordinance and California Public Records Act. I believe Assembly Bill 1455 was brought to our attention.
Okay. Did you put that?
I mean, so 1455 was the one that is exempting a lot of the collective bargaining documents. That was signed. Two of the other bills that I had mentioned previously were vetoed. One was SB 345, which would have required police policies and training materials to be online, and another one that would have created a central custodian of records was also vetoed. 1455 is probably going to be one we have to deal with at some point in the future. So, but I'm not necessarily sure how to do an analysis or how we want to do an analysis of that. Whether we just want to everybody reads up on it so we know, because it's going to be a new exemption.
We can ask DCA COLA to provide us with how it would apply.
Okay.
How's that? Okay.
That's me.
Let him take a crack at it. Okay. So I'll assign this to DCA COLA to provide a report and how this might affect us in making decisions. Anything else for the good of that cause? Any other discussion on this matter? Seeing no public for public comment, let's move to the next item. No action.
Item number 15, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair's Report.
Okay, so the Ethics Commission has decided to move the Sunshine Training certification to be in alignment with the Ethics certification. I don't necessarily see there being any problem with that. I think having all those things on this, the deadlines to be the same time, I think is worthwhile. If you feel the need to have somebody from the Ethics Commission or their department, their staff to come by and explain it, happy to move this to the next meeting and allow it to happen. I think the deadline is moved to March, April. It's either March or April.
I believe it'd be March 30th or April 1st.
Yeah, something like that. Because right now, I think the Sunshine Training is required by the end of the year, the end of the calendar year. So, and I'm not sure about the sexual harassment one. There's another one out there too. I'm not sure when that deadline is. So, any questions, concerns about that? No? Okay. The next one. With regards to the 6734 orders of determination that we send a referral over to the Ethics Commission for enforcement. I got called into the ethics office by the deputy director to had some discussion on this for about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. It was a very interesting discussion. We are going to hold a committee of the whole on this, where they're going to come and make a presentation on it with their interpretation. I will say this, that their legal counsel, basically, when they were asked, when staff asked them for some advice on this, he basically was like, "What do you want me to do with this?" Didn't want to participate. So the staff is a little unnerved by that, and I think they want to have a full-on discussion with us as to how we see it. There's some interesting points in the ordinance that I didn't even pick up on with regards to making referrals to the Ethics Commission that are not 6734s, but it could be just any of our ODs. If we want enforcement, we can send there. So that will be discussed. The one thing I will say is that there is some concern, even though it might be easy for us to say there might be willful failure, once it hits them, if they were to find willful failure, then it goes to the mayor. The mayor will then either find an official misconduct or not. The process, if the mayor does find an official misconduct, he then sends it back to the Ethics Commission for a whole different process where there's this very long, drawn-out, very legal dealing with all collective bargaining, all that. There's all kinds of stuff that goes on, and it's a big, heavy lift for them, and I have a sense that that is why they don't carry this out, okay, because it is onerous, and it could affect, I think they think it could affect good people that shouldn't be affected. So there'll be some discussion around that too at this meeting. But in the meantime, I think there are some ways around dealing with enforcement. For instance, if we have 5 orders that have a pattern of violation that we would normally find as willful failure, we can say, take the whole package, send the whole package over to the Ethics Commission and say, here are 5 violations, we want you to enforce them. There's a pattern going on here, enforce them accordingly. If they want to find willful failure, they can do that on their own at that point, okay? And they have their own codes around that. Member Eldon?
This ultimately runs
in the microphone, please.
This ultimately runs into a lot of the existing situations, like if the chief of staff for the mayor's office says they have a 2-week retention for calendars as policy, and we find a willful violation, and then the mayor's the one to decide that ultimately.
Well, if we find willful failure, the question is whether the Ethics Commission will
And then the
bump
mayor
it up.
needs to
The mayor will decide
rule
whether
on
it's
himself
official misconduct or not.
for his own office and himself.
For his own, that's right. For any employee, for any person, elected official too. He could have a supervisor removed.
Yeah, but his assistant is a bigger conflict of interest than the super.
I understand, but if he does declare that it be official misconduct, then it goes through this big, drawn-out procedure at the Ethics Commission. It's a whole separate process.
I mean,
Right, exactly what happened with the sheriff.
Boy, did that drag on and on.
Right, and became a circus. But be it as it may, this will be all part and parcel of the discussion, but I think some of the staff were very conscientious of what we were dealing with. They feel that a lot of the cases that we sent over were blatant, and that there was no way to, that they felt that there should have been enforcement. And the fact of the matter, they consider what we do here right now through our complaint procedure to be investigation. But we have to do it in public. They don't have to. They can do investigations in secret. Okay, and they see some advantage around that with regards to dealing with enforcement, to be able to investigate certain things behind the scenes and be able for whatever reason, come up with a response or something around it. We'll wait. We'll have that discussion at that time. We're trying to figure out a day. It'll be one of the days where we'll be piggybacking committees, okay? And it'll be a committee of the whole, which means everybody is invited to be there. We'll need quorum for it, so at least 6 members will have to be there. But this will be for everybody's benefit, okay? All right, any other discussions? No public here for public comment on it. Administrators, go on next item.
Going right into the schedule, I have the initial list for the upcoming meetings. We should go right into the special meetings of the full task force. It was suggested that November 13th be the special meeting for the committee of the whole.
November 13th?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
And that would be before or after the Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting. Would
this be for the committee of the whole with the Ethics Commission?
They will be here.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would be for that, not our special meeting in the full task force to hear complaints.
No, this is only for for this particular issue.
Wait, so would
November
be 6 p.m. time or
right? So the idea they can meet at any time during that.
It was suggested that we start the meeting about 3:30 or 4 o'clock for the committee of the whole.
Right.
And compliance amendments can meet to hear their regular business after that.
What time do you guys usually meet? 4:30.
I'm working till 6 that day.
You're working till 6 that day. Okay. What about everybody else? November 13th. At all.
Are hard for me.
I'm chairing the debate.
Oh, good. Great. That's good. Well, we could, choose another committee day.
The other dates that we were planning a special committee hearing was December 11th, December 19th, and January the 16th.
Okay, so here's this is why they wanted to do this month. They wanted to bring this issue up before the Ethics Commission in December. There was some interest by commissioners to take some action on this. So we have the month of November to have a meeting about it.
What days other than the 13th are possible, Victor?
In November?
The complaint committee meets on the 28th.
Which is what, 2 days before Thanksgiving? Or
it's after Thanksgiving.
When is their December meeting for the Ethics Commission?
Their December meeting is... Enforcement Commission meetings. October, September, August. Jeez. So they meet at the end of, it looks like the last Monday. It's the last week of every month.
Victor?
So they're going to be Christmas week?
When does the garage close?
Midnight.
The garage closes around midnight, the Performing Arts Garage.
I'm in it. Underneath? Yeah. Midnight.
I'm not aware.
Yeah.
That closes at 10.
Does it?
So
I need to go.
I don't think so. Yeah. No, it's open all night. Yeah.
I don't know. We got out of a meeting and
because I'm parked
3 years ago when people were locked.
All right.
Midnight.
Oh, fourth Monday of each month. That's when they meet.
So
we might be able to do early December.
Yeah,
Well, the fourth Monday in December is Christmas, so they're going to either not meet or meet before then, right?
Yeah, they're not meeting the Friday before Christmas.
All right, let's figure this out offline.
Okay.
Okay.
We have the the result of the poll for December 11th, 19th, and 16th, and January 16th, with at least one member absent from each. I have not received an official response from member Josh Wolf yet regarding your availability for the special meeting dates.
Which
But there were
this
several.
email did not come across my
Just tell
screen.
Tim now.
What date?
December 11th, December 19th, and or January the 16th, 2018.
December 11th works for me, December 19th does not, and January works fine.
So, how many special meetings are we looking at having?
Just one.
Initially, it's just one, but depending on workload issues.
Yep. Okay.
That way you could put that
All
in
right.
your annual report.
Yeah, they'll definitely next month we'll do that.
So I will work with the chair to pick one of those dates, and I will inform all the parties.
Okay, great.
We have a list. We have 49 pending complaints. That's up slightly from last month, from 45. I broke it down as requested. We have 25 pending before the full task force and 24 pending before committee. To date, in 2017, we've had 85 complaints filed.
What's the average total per year?
I don't have a exact average right now, but approximately 10 to 15 a month.
The
We have a sense
the
of
garage is open till midnight,
Oh, sorry.
more than usual this year.
except Sunday.
Are there?
It feels like it's more than usual.
What time does it close on Sunday?
10.
That must be what I was thinking.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yes, it feels like we're getting more complaints every single year. Every year we're getting more and more complaints.
Yeah, I would just say that also another item for the Rules Committee is to kind of discuss the number of complaints per individual. We've tried to curb this by only hearing 2 at every meeting from any one individual, but if there's, dozens coming in, for whatever reason, the whole question of kind of multiple, serial kind of stuff going on. At some point, we're going to have to discuss it and see about if we want to or need to curb it.
Sounds good.
And it may require a considerable amount of public comment to get a kind of a sense of that. All right, anything else for your?
That completes my report.
Okay. Next item.
Item 17, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
Anything for the good of the cause? Member Moss?
Were we going to do sorry, I have a note here about the behested stuff.
Oh, the behested stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot of questions around the behested payments with regards to how it applies to us. I had sent around a response of questions that I put to the Ethics Commission with regards to, certain bodies that might be included. They want to create a dragnet of everybody. I'm not so quite sure that it's not specified in the law per se, so I'm going to resubmit the questions. Dave Moss had some other questions too. I'm going to resubmit it for an official opinion, since this was kind of an Ethics Commission kind of issue.
And you said it relates to Bethesda payments?
Behested. A behest for payments.
The soliciting donations for a charity issue that's come up like 5 times. That
I behest a
behest.
payment.
Maryland.
No, there's some rules around public officials being able to do this, and if you are sitting on a board, like a board of directors or something, there's some very restrictive requirements.
This was the thing that Member Moss
Yes.
brought up.
Yes.
With his sending out emails for EFF.
That's right.
things.
Yeah, some of us all have similar type of situations.
Sorry,
So
the behested
this goes
word
into
did not
this goes into effect January 2018. That's why we're trying to move this along. So we're going to resubmit the questions and get an official opinion from the Ethics Commission itself, because the advice that got sent to us was not even from a high-level staffer. It was from an analyst who was involved in the kind of the wording and the creating of it. But
is that former member Heppner referring to?
No. That was who authored it was Peskin, but the actual language was actually worked on by the Ethics Commission. They were the ones that put it on the ballot. So we'll try to get them to respond to it more quickly, and I'll check in with the deputy director on that. Okay, anything else for the good of the cause? Next item.
Adjournment.
So hold on the adjournment. So you wanted to adjourn in honor of Jason.
Adjourn.
So while during our break, I realized that we had a complaint about this in January, and so I had done some quick research on how to do this correctly. So
Okay.
if you would allow me, I will. So I just want to make a motion before we make a motion to adjourn in honor of him, that I'm going to make a motion that we determine that this is a purely commendatory action. That's the word, commendatory, and that the need for this commendatory action only came to the attention of our body subsequent to the agenda being posted. We all learned about it at the beginning of this meeting when a member of the public, Trudeau, had alerted this to us. So if we can get that, then we can adjourn to it. So I will move that we make that determination.
Second.
All right. So
Moved by Member Moss, second by Member Josh Wolf. And no public for public comment. Any other discussion? Seeing none, can we take this by acclamation? Any objections? Seeing no objections, the item is passed by acclamation.
And then I will move on behalf of the Ministry of Sunshine that we adjourn in memory of Jason Grant Garza.
Second.
It's moved by Member Moss, second by Member Kanata. No public for public comment. Any other discussion? By a rising vote. And in Mr. Garza's best way of walking out, we are adjourned.